Good morning, everyone. Sorry, a little bit late. I was doing something else. Anyway, welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Friday, June the 30th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses and let me know you can hear me, see my screen. And just one more time, Denver, that is from Trading Terminal, right? And by the way, guys, anybody having a problem with IB in terms of their headlines? This is what's happening every time I click on a headline. It's not so much no data. I'm not getting anything. I'm just wondering if it's me or sometimes this affects Canada. But I'm just clicking on different headlines and nothing is loading. I sort of get a little flash of the screen and that's it. Anyway, yeah, crypto. My goodness, crypto over 31,000 now, guys. Which is Mara and Riot are on the move today with crypto. Yeah, 31,000, right at 31,006. Top. Now, Top is actually an earnings play. We don't have it as an earnings play. I'm just noticing here. We don't have it listed as an earnings play, but I am looking, and again, I can see the headline. I just can't load the headline from Interactive Brokers, but it is actually an earnings play. So there is some legitimate news with Top today in terms of just being a pure stock play. So Top is up. Yeah, Nike. I think, what did they say? There's their first earnings miss in 3 years or something to that effect. Nike is maintained at overweight by JP Morgan. So they've cut their price target from 146 to 142, still way above the 110. Yeah, again, I can't, nothing is loading. So that is Nike. So Nike, yeah, Nike is released earnings after hours, got down to 107. So it's tacked on about $3 since that low after hours. BHG. So again, I couldn't load the complete news, but it appears that MOH has bought the California division of BHG, taking over Bright Health's California Medicare business. Okay. So I don't know what these guys have left. I don't know what BHG has left. Where they are? They're probably out of California, right? No, they're out of Minneapolis. Okay. I don't know what BHG has left after selling their California business to MOH. But look at the pop. Look, I mean, it got all the way up to 18. AUPH. So AUPH. Okay. So again, all I can see is a headline. So they're looking at strategic alternatives. Maybe they're trying to put themselves up for sale. Okay, that is. You know what? This has been I remember now this AUPH. If we go back a few months, because this was always rumored, not always, but it was rumored, back up here that they were looking at maybe to be sold, and then that nothing happened. Obviously, I mean the stock got up to $34, went all the way back down to $4. It's working for you. Interesting. Okay, I don't know. Maybe sometimes in Canada, I noticed. I don't know. A couple of years ago, that happened. So maybe I'll have to ask my anybody with IB in Canada if they're headline news. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. So there it is, but when I click on it, nothing happens. And I've actually reloaded the news. But anyway, not the end of the world. Okay, guys, CTMX is on the move here. CTMX is just hitting my scanner now. Look at this. CTMX is on the move here. Actually, it was hitting earlier, but And they've announced a $30 million private placement. I don't know what the price is because I can't read my news, but and by the way, look at the market pop. I guess that's the data came in at 8:30, and look at the market pop on that data. And yeah, let's take a look at Mara and Riot. Now I still have a little bit of Mara. Right in just back here, right on this day here. This is something Michael Noss. He's still holding this. That came from his gap down scan, and he's still holding it. And I have some. You know, I don't have the same position that he does, but I do have some of the Mara and Riot. See, Riot is taking out the on the daily chart, starting to try. See, look at Mara. I'm sorry, look at Riot. You can sort of fix this daily chart in your mind. Look at the difference. Okay, so here's Riot. Still trying to get through all this. Maybe today it does, but when you look left, there's a little bit of congestion. And look at Mara though. You see how Mara has got this area here was sort of the equivalent to Riot, and Mara just sort of burst right through. Oh yeah, 31,000 is just slightly under right now. Yeah, 30,946 for Bitcoin, BITO. Oh well, Bitcoin. And of course, BITO. If you just want to buy BITO, now while I was just opening the room, CISS. Yeah, so it popped up all the way up here to about $1.80 and it's pulled back down. And again, it looks like they're doing an offering. 5.7 million units containing stocks and warrants. Look at this SPY, 441. And guys, you know what? We better keep an eye on freight today still. See if it can take out that 200-day moving average. So the 200-day moving average is still up at 990. Okay. So let's see if it can take it out today. Especially if the market is strong. So it's up a little bit, up 4%, which is a massive one yesterday for us. And Morgan Stanley put a $14 price target on it. Yeah, well, we don't have it listed as an earnings play, but this is what I saw. Top financial shares are trading higher after the company reported FY23 financials. The one I didn't mention was CBAY, and again, from that headline, I think somebody, I don't know who it is though, somebody's put a $12 price target on it. Wainwright. Wainwright has put a $12 price target on it. Yeah, annoying. Why is this happening? Top. Make another new high here. Well, I guess we have to treat it a little more seriously today. Let's again, it's a very low float, China stock, very low float. So it's above that high. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is $12, and of course, if it can somehow break through that, then the next one is 1264, but way up here at 24. Look at Micron, guys. Micron is earnings flow yesterday, of course. Mixed Mixed bag from the analysts. I think Morgan had this down at a 48 price target. JP Morgan in the 70s. So still kind of active. Well, not really. I guess it's only up 0.4%. Jay, are you in Canada? J1, are you in Canada? You are. I wonder what's happening. I've reloaded the news a couple of times. Like I've closed it down and then reloaded again. Let me try another one. Just nope, nope. Something's weird. It flashes, but it's trying, but it just won't load anything. Oh well, again, not the end of the world. Yeah, guys, we can rail against all this stuff politically, but who cares? Let's make money. All right, guys, 9:13. Let me just do a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. I got gremlins all over the place. My it hasn't loaded for me either in my email. Usually get it at 9:10. So I don't have that either. It's a conspiracy. All right, let me take a look at the indexes. Well, we know they're all going to be positive. The only one that might not be is energy, but let's take a look at the major indexes for the major sectors. Nope, everything is positive. Green, 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 green. So what you're seeing here, major sectors, XLE, major energy ETF. 100%, what does that mean? 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. And you can just go looking, virtually everything is above yesterday's close. All the stocks that make up all the major sectors. Now, let's take a look. Now, the Dow was up huge, pretty big yesterday. NAS was basically flat. Let's take a look at those ETFs with respect to the 200-day moving average. There we go. All right, so there's energy. So energy's, it's starting to creep up. I mean, it's starting to creep up and up and up and up, getting closer to that 200-day moving average. Retail, XRT. Aha, look at this. So It basically closed at the 200-day moving average a couple of days ago. Yesterday, a little bit of a move above it. Of course, with today's SPY move, etc., the entire market is moving higher. So it is now moving above the 200-day moving average. What's above it? Consumer staples, XLP. Okay, consumer staples now. Even it was drifting down towards it, poked above yesterday, and so it is above the 200-day moving average. Healthcare was another one that was in jeopardy. XLV. Okay, so look what happened yesterday. So XLV moved above and closed above the 200-day moving average, and now is again with all the indices moving higher. So right now, the only one below is energy. Right now, I know financials are going to be, but let's take a look at industrials, XLI, way above and moving. Now, let's take a look at financials with the big move yesterday in the Dow. Let's take a look, see how close financials are getting closer. Look at that big move yesterday in the Dow. A lot of financial stocks in the Dow. So look at this, getting closer to the 200-day moving average again. I don't think I really have to check the other ones. I mean, we know discretionary, communications, and tech are way above. I just want to do a quick check on materials, XLB. Yeah, okay. So the two major sectors, energy and financials, are still below the 200-day moving average, but getting closer. Nope, I'm not getting anything from brief. I know I could go to the website and find it, but interesting. I'm just not getting anything from briefing.com this morning on the upgrades and downgrades. TNRSF. I don't know what these. Okay, forget this one. Pink sheet stock. I haven't really talked about the ones that are down for the day. They're all very cheap. I was looking for something that might be a little more expensive that's down for the day a bit. But um, well, let's take a look at VERX. VERX, pretty good volume actually. VERX, Vertex. Let's see what's going on with this one. Yeah, this one of these crazy. Yeah, I don't know how to read this 15-minute chart at all. 800,000. It's like it's one trade at 800,000 or something. Yeah, that's what I do. File, new window, news. Believe me. And then I go to Newswire, and I go to company specific news. I'll go to another one, advanced news search, just to see. Try one more time here. CBAY guys continues higher. CBAY continues higher. Nope. How crazy is this? Yeah, just not wanting to load. Wonder what? It's possible I'd have to shut down IV, but I'm not going to. Yeah, but you're in the States, but yeah, it's got to be me. It's something with me. Maybe if I, you know what? Maybe I'll try. What time is it right now? 9:20. Yeah, I'm just going to load my platform again to see if that is the issue. Yeah, and all the years I've had interactive brokers, the only hiccups I've ever really had is with the news. So just give me a moment as I reload my platform. All right, we're back with my IV. Let's just see. I'll click on something, and what happens? Nope. Okay. Well, I'm not going to worry about it. You mean these ones, pre-market act is up and down? Brooke? So if you go to my homepage, you can find them there. Now, I don't have the gap up and gap down. Okay. Sometimes I wonder why I even have this. This is what I really use. Okay. This is all you really need. The gap up, the pre-market actives up and down as a top list. Okay. So go to my homepage. Go to my homepage and let's click on my link. Go to the scan section, and right here, pre-market actives up and down. Okay. Give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Now, yeah, Carvana on the move again, guys. CVNA on the move again. Okay, listen, this gap up and gap down, if you go to our toolbar, I think we probably have it there, okay? But if you go to our toolbar and click on dock channel bar and then click on pre-market, okay? Now, unless they've turned everything into a race, if you look at pre-market movers, I mean, listen, if you really want this, I can give it to you. It's not that it's just, this is more, first of all, if I give it to you, you're going to hear the symbols, okay? So I'll just give it to you guys. I mean, it's just not a, I, I don't really know why I have this. I'll be totally honest. Every now and then I hear a symbol, but this is what I look at. I mean, because this is updated every 30 seconds, and this is what I look at. So I wouldn't get too hung up about this gap up and gap down, okay? They're all here. So let me see if I can find it. I mean, if you really want it, let's see if I can even find it here as an individual. No. Okay, so here's this gap down right here, and you're going to hear her read out the symbol. Okay, and here's the gap up. But don't get too hung up on them, okay, guys. Really, I mean, if you want to see the ones that are moving, just concentrate on the top list. It's not really necessary. Overstock. Wow, overstock. Is this? Yeah, overstock is. Great day yesterday. It was a choppy day yesterday with overstock. Look at this, up in the morning, like up in the pre-market, then down, up, kind of chopped around. Look at the bottom tails and topping tails for overstock. Trend was up, but as an intraday trade, it would have been a little bit difficult. All right, hey guys, it's less than a minute. I don't think anybody told me. I don't think William's in the room. So less than a minute, guys. So again, I may open the room Monday morning. I'm going to confirm. I'm going to confirm this with William. I may open the room and share my screen, but I will not be live on the mic probably till about 10 o'clock. Okay, and it's only half day on Monday, and then of course the holiday on Tuesday. So let me just get up, open the room, have my screen sharing on, but there will be no sound until probably about 7 o'clock. So William, but if you want, you can open the room anytime. But I might come in anyway, and then might just start sharing my screen. And now we're live, guys. Here we go. So let's take a look at my option plays and see what sort of beauties we get today from the options scanner. So there's the top, guys. Okay, there goes the top, guys. But again, if you're going to take this one, just be careful. This actually is an earnings play, okay? It is an earnings play. And when I say be careful, it's the float. Yes, you can put a stop in, but this could be a very wild trader. And like I think happened to Todd yesterday, he was trying to sell it. He couldn't, and then it dropped so rapidly on him. So just be really, really careful with this one. Okay, if we're going to take this top. And right now, big next level for to try to take out would be the 1198 and then 1260. And if I can get through those two, way up here at 2478. Now, this fray, guys, what happened here is that you guys probably don't remember, but I had a conditional buy order for fray. I was just demonstrating how you can do that, and it triggered. Um, I think I have a delay. Let me just see. I think I have a 2 minute. Yeah, I have a 2 minute delay on it, Martin. Okay. Reason being, and so there was a time where I had about a 5 minute delay because things are really crazy in the first 5 minutes. So that's what happened. I think I have a 2 minute delay. Well, it's not here, but I could have sworn I did. Anyway, here it comes. Here they come. Now I actually upped the price to 30. Okay, my so the scans that you have, I mean, you can do the same thing. There's Ion Q. Wow, there's Ion Q right now. Now that one had a big pop at the beginning of the day yesterday, and then it dropped. So, but there's Ion Q, and of course AI itself, AI is on the move. But again, it's early. I won't take any of these this early. Its high is 1547 on the daily chart. Again, I'm just a little more conservative. Okay, I won't take these this early. So anyway, I upped the price range from 25 up to 30. Okay, so we'll see if we get any. Might get a few more above 25 today. Okay, guys, there's the fray. The big area is 990. Okay, there's that 200-day moving average. That's where it stalled right yesterday. You can see the daily chart. You can see the topping tail. You can see my daily chart. You see the blue line. That is the 200-day moving average. You see it got right into it and stopped. All right, EOSE. This showed up yesterday also. This showed up yesterday on the option scanner as a short. It's got some room. $4 is the next low. Now, again, if you're not as conservative as I am, I mean, there was the alert for Ion Q at 1421, 1447 right now. I'm just a little reluctant to take these that early. So Riley Securities downgrades. I can't read the entire headline, but Riley Securities downgrades to a neutral. This is for the EOSE. Yeah, that's a big drop in Bitcoin, guys. Big drop. It went from 31,000 and now it's 30. So it's about a $500 drop in Bitcoin. How badly that affect Mara? Yeah, I got 30,000. Wow, it's really dropping. I mean, this is a big drop from the highs this morning. Yep. Well, yeah, for sure. I mean, that's why Mara and Riot are dropping. Well, that put a damper on that. That's didn't really affect the market too much. I don't think I mentioned this ACCD, guys. ACCD, very choppy in the pre-market. I think this is an earnings play. Released earnings after hours yesterday. There was the reaction, move area on our charts, after hours reaction, really chopped around badly in the pre-market. Looks like the post-market high was about 15. I'm going to stick an alert there. See if it takes out that post-market high. Carnival, CCL on the move here, guys. CCL, continuation. Earnings play got hammered down a little bit on earnings and been a pretty solid recovery since then. Kind of a flat day yesterday and continuing now, CCL. So seeing a lot of droppage here now, guys. Not CCL though. CCL on the move here. Funny, I mean, the market is just ripping still, but some of the crazy things that we follow is like the Carvanas and AI, IonQ. IonQ is still kind of hanging in there, but I'm looking at AI. AI took a bit of a tumble, doing its thing, big topping tail, then all the way back down to 36. So it's doing its typical intraday moves, up, down, up, down, up, down. Yeah, VNO is actually, I see that's on there on our AI, VNO. Now, this has got room too, this SOUN, it's got some room down to 4, AI play. Tell me, Ride is popping. Well, no accounting for this, but anyway, Ride is actually at the highs of yesterday and 2 days ago. And the next high looking left is 3 for Ride, RIDE. Okay, I will do that, Gary. So here, okay, so there is my homepage, Gary. And then here is the promo for 25% off. If you go to, so I was asked in the YouTube room to put my homepage links and the promo code. So I'll do that here also. Okay, RNLX, I know Shady was in this one, is showing up on the option scanner now. This was one from yesterday. So after hours high was 373. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to wait to see if we get that trigger again, 314. There it was, 314. Okay, for RNLX. And it's not a crazy low floater. This is the pancreatic. This was the pancreatic one, right, from yesterday? Okay, I'm just waiting though, guys. I'm going to wait. I want to see if we get that trigger again from the option play, which is about 314. So I'm just going to put the alert there. Pretty good relative volume, 31 times normal right now, or 3,000%. Sorry, 11 million have traded, 34 in the float. By the end of the day, it's possible this will have traded the float. Now CCL is showing up in the option scanner. Yeah, look at CCL, guys. CCL ripping here. Is RNL, I'm just waiting on the RNLX to see if it can get back over to that 14 level. Wow, look at Bitcoin. Holy smokes, no kidding. Now it's under 30. Unbelievable. Well, you're wondering why? Well, there was a report that that's why what's happening with coin. Your answer, SEC says spot Bitcoin ETF filings are inadequate. HUT is a Bitcoin play, of course. That is a big drop, guys, for Bitcoin. Hasn't affected the market at all. All right, guys. Well, I'm glad I waited on the RNLX. Okay, I am waiting on this one. It may not happen. I mean, that's a big, pretty big drop now. Yeah, explains Mara. Anything Bitcoin related or crypto related. You take a look at Mara, Riot, Coin, HUT. HUT is showing up here. You know, a real cheap one. But yeah, anything Bitcoin related is getting hammered right now. Well, I can't see the headline. Well, I can see the headline. I just can't load it. But I guess Jeffries has put some kind of a price target on him. Jeffries has put a price target on CCL. I just can't see what that price target is. Oof. This is what, this is, I think, what this one did yesterday, the RNLX. Let me just check. What was the high yesterday? The high yesterday was 210. Not really. Okay. Didn't really move that much then after the initial move. Well, CCL guys, CCL original alert from the option scanner, CCL 1822, 1859 now. Earnings play, guys. SGH. SGH is an earnings play. Again, pretty choppy, up, down. I'm just trying to find something that has a little bit better of a trend. Obviously, CCL. Okay. All right, Chloe. No, he didn't think it was working because there was nothing happening right when the market opened. It took 2 minutes before the first one, so it works. I think he was just wondering why didn't we get one right when the market opened? I could have sworn I put a. Let me just break one out. I could have sworn I put a 2-minute delay on purpose. Nope. All right, guys. Joby now. Joby again is active. Now this hit $12 yesterday, so it is active again. It's showing up in the option scanner. Was it $25? Thanks, John. So Jeffries has put a $25 price target on CCL. What is happening? Why? So I see Canaccord also. Target raised to 11. Okay, big deal by Canaccord from 8. HEXG was a reverse split, 1 for 10. Okay, well, we have adjusted for the further reverse split. So if it's a 1 for 10, that means the actual float is about 3.3 million. Okay, and this is was halted. So the two big winners right now so far from the option scan are Joby and CCL, especially CCL. Not so much RNLX. I'm just going to wait to see if it can get back over. Doesn't look good though. Not a low float, but I've got my alert set for 314. See if it happens later on in the day. Didn't get anything from briefing.com either this morning regarding upgrades and downgrades. Okay, now Vino, guys. Vino is moving here. VNO. This actually showed up in RAI 1750. Actually got stopped out, but it's come right back. That's why I say use it like a watch list. I agree, Cam. I completely agree. Trading in the afternoon, setups are better. I absolutely agree. Now look at RNLX now. I mean, it's showing up on the options scanner down. That's how crazy this one was. I don't know if they're yeah, no shorts available for me. Okay, guys, now let's take a look at Trupanion. TRUP. See if this has any sort of a. Okay, so this has got some room. 21, in fact, a lot of room. 2074 from Trupanion, TRUP, showing up on the option scanner. August 9th, so it's not an earnings play. You know what? This is. I don't know how to read this one now. This is the one that got hammered because of rate increases not being accepted in California. I want to say it was here, and then all of a sudden the next day they said yes, they're going to be. But now I'm just reading some kind of a headline. Trupanion sinks amid report that questions the New York rate increase. So I just don't know how to read this Trupanion news. Okay, so Bitcoin's having a bit of a comeback. Okay, and I'm sure Mara and Riot are doing the same thing. Okay, Ion Q is actually having a pretty decent hold now. 1421 was the original alert from the option scanner. So it is now almost at 15. Like I'd love to take this Trupanion. I really would because of the potential gap fill here. 2185. It's the next high looking left. But I just don't, this news is sort of troubling me. I wish it were better news. Now, what about CBay here? CBay. So extended 1102. What's the next high looking left? So the next high looking left on the weekly is 1122. That prevents me from taking it right now. But if it gets through 1122, it might be clear sailing for a while. I've got to go back a few years. Yeah, I mean, I don't care. So it takes that 1122. All right. Well, troop. I've taken some, guys. I've taken some of this Troopanion. A little bit of a rule breaker for me. It's very close to the 20, but we'll see. I mean, I just love the when you look left, there's all sorts of room. So I did not take the Vino. Pretty decent fill on the Troopanion. But I do wish it weren't so close to 20, but well, we'll see. If it takes out 20, look out. This could really have a run. Again, it's all about looking left. The high yesterday was 2185. Not saying it's going to get there, but all right. Well, through briefly, let's see. These price alerts just for fun to induce it upwards. Yeah, so we're back into this kind of game, right? With these reverse splitters. How long ago was that? We had about a week, but all of a sudden we had a bunch of reverse splits that just went absolutely crazy a couple of months ago. So remember now that float is, and it's a China stock. Okay. It is a China stock also. Remember now that float is actually 3 million. Okay, because they did a 1-for-10 reverse split according to what's it can today. So that float has not been adjusted yet. Now it is the 30th. Let me no, I'm sure that's going to be 3 million. Okay, guys, CBay now above that 1122. So extended, but may not matter. Next tab. Oops. That's a big move for XPAV. That's a big move for XPAV today. I mean, it's had a nice run. Yeah, I mean, looking left, the next high on the weekly is at 1310, so it's above that. 1483. Yeah, you're right. It's got some room. Come on, Trupanion, take out that 20 again. Just teasing around that area. Okay, here's another one. Now it's a cheap one. I'm not, I don't know, these cheaper ones I'm not in love with. Comes to the option scanner, unless there's a ton of room. So let's take a look at ILPT and the next high looking left. To me, it's too close. 360. Stocks at 340. To me, it's just too close. Okay, guys, I've actually traded some of my truck out. I'm just worried it's not going to take out 20 in any big way yet. So no big gain yet on that one. What a reversal for the RNLX. What a reversal. Look at that. Great looking after hours. Nice to begin, but that you had to be really quick. Ooh, I missed out. Oh, Trupanion. Okay, you're above 20 again. And now you're not. Canada Goose, really? Canada Goose, high of the day. Let's take a look at the goose. Yeah, you know what? And it's got room. It's got some room. I mean, look at the daily chart. The next high is 1826. Yeah, interesting. It's not an earnings play, of course. I have no idea why this is moving higher like this. It's actually had a pretty good run for the last 5 days. Okay, out of the truth, guys. I might take a look at it later if Trup, TRUP. I might take a look at it later if I can really break through 20. That was my fear, is that I would not take out 20 in any big way. Well, it's certainly not seasonal, PJ. I have no idea why Goose is moving like that. What my thoughts on XPAV? This is Brian and our. Well, it's just if you look left, it's got a lot of room. A great week, a great week. And when you look left on the weekly chart, it's already at these highs. So the next high in the weekly chart is 1483. So it still has room on the weekly chart. I'm not saying it's going to get there. I'm not saying anybody to buy this, of course, but somebody just said to look left on the XPAD chart, and yeah, it's got room. Oh, Vino. I did not take this one. Still has room on the weekly to $20. ATXG is an AI play. Okay. Come on. Okay, guys, I'm getting more interested now in the CBay. The CBay is relaxing just a little bit here, and I just want to make sure. Well, wait a minute. It just as I was saying, as long as it keeps holding over 1120, but it just dropped. I didn't want to take it right on that 1120 break. I thought it was a little too extended, so I thought, okay, let's see if it can hold there. But so what I'm going to do is just reset my alert up here at 1123. And again, why 1123? Because when you look left, that's the next high in the weekly. Okay. And if we can take that out again, it definitely has some room. So okay, guys, never heard of this one. Sun Country Airlines. I don't think I've ever seen this one show up anywhere. Seems a little crazy. Sun Country, and it's located in Minneapolis. Anyway, it is showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. Well, Joby continues here, guys. Joby continues. The high, well, of course, the next high looking left is yesterday's high of around 12. CBay trying to come back. Okay. Keep an eye on that 1122 mark for CBay. Okay. It's crucial that it can get back up there and hold and then move from there. No, that's just a general, I'd like to say I mentioned it to Michael, but no. That's just an email that goes out to anybody who is a subscriber or is on a mailing list for trade ideas, okay? Well then if NIO and XPEV are moving, LI must be moving also. Yeah, so there's a little more checkered. XPEV was more of a steady move, but LI, last week's high was 36 for LI. Okay, guys, CBay right back up. Now, let's see if it can hold this level, okay? Very interested now. See if it can hold this level. The CBay can hold the level. Again, that's a high, that's that week high back in early May. What's our news on CBay? Yeah, so this is Wainwright. I don't know, that's the only news on it. We should put a higher price target. Only 12. How's Archer doing? Yeah, Archer, Joby and Archer. Well, Archer's in the same sector. Just wanting to see if Archer was really moving like Joby. Not exactly. Actually, it's up 10%. So I'm trying to figure out if CBay, the only reason it's up like that is because of the Jeffries price target of 12, or was there some other news for CBay? Yeah, that's a big move, 42%. It's hard for me to believe it's just because Jeffrey put a $12 price target on it. All right, guys, we're getting close here. Okay, I'm in it. Let's see if it can have any sort of run. I know it's pretty darn extended, but I'm hoping that that second break through that high will allow it to keep moving for a while anyway. It's not a low float, 87 million in the float. With the GNFT, okay, I didn't see the GNF team news, okay? All I saw was the Wainwright price target of 12. So, okay, so it moved early on this news, and luckily it has not collapsed like GNFT. It certainly collapsed. Oh, it definitely moved. Yeah, I see that. It moved tremendously in the pre-market, but it's actually gone negative now. Where CBA, of course, is still very, very, very positive, 40%. Ah, I didn't take root. Well, there it is, guys. Root 959, 996 now. Obviously, a big level to try to get through is the 10 level, but if it does get through 10, look at that, 1236, next high looking left. Okay, the CBA knocked me out. Okay, I'm out of the CBA. The minute it broke down through 1120, I decided to get out. What was the root news? Was there news on root? Ah, down 20% after the company says it is not received, but this is all I, but I don't have, I can't read the entire news. Yeah, don't often see this, guys. I mean, root is positive, okay? You know, anything in green and blue is a trigger to, you know, it's a long play, but this is down for the day, you know, so you don't often see it like this. Well, I don't know how many people have shorts for top. Sandra, who asked that? Sandra. No, I don't. Oh, I do. 19,000 shares. I didn't know I had shorts for top. Should have paid a little more attention to that. I'm very surprised. I'm not going to do it now, but all right. I want to keep an eye on CBA again, just in case it takes up at 1120 again. Well, my instincts were sort of right on the TRUP. Made a minor profit on it, but you could not really get through that 20. So now this is actually showing up. Well, actually, this showed up as a short, potential short at 9:30 for Trupanion. IMUX was really active yesterday and the day before, I believe. I think it was showing up on the options scanner. Yeah, look at this. What a move. What a 4-day move now. 143, 246 now, or 266 now. CNVS is an earnings play and it is moving down. Looks like CNVS. Oh, very cheap. Okay, forget about it. Nike, I think, is recovered somewhat. Yeah, Nike's recovered somewhat. It's an earnings play. All right, you guys were talking about BTAI earlier. Okay, and now it's just showing up. Option scanner obviously has some room. Looking left. Next time looking left is 946. Now, okay, I see here. So Mizuho reiterates its buy, maintains a $40 price target. I'm sorry you cannot see that, but just in case you think I'm making stuff up, this is, I just can't, for whatever reason, it's just not loading. But there it is, reiterates the buy, maintains a $40 price target. Uh, Same Mizuho. Just want to see if anybody else. No, that says Verx, but I mean, obviously, that is the Bio Excel, which is this. Okay, Sive, you're really toying with me here. All right. Well, one more time, I'm going to put an alert up at around 11:25 and see if it takes it out. All right, guys. While I wait for that to happen, if it does, if you want to take out a subscription for 25% off, I have a promo code for you. All right, so if you click on, there's a direct link for the 4th of July sale. Expires 5 days, 13 hours, etc. Okay, so 25% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. Okay, that's a direct link. You can also, from my homepage, of course, my homepage has a lot of other information on it that you might want to see. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. You'll be at the top here. So the same thing, there's the Freedom 25, 25% off the first month only or the entire year. When you take out a subscription, you must do the get started. This will take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos, the download and install, first startup and login, etc. All the way down to the important, get rid of this, important introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows, okay? If you're new to trading, Trading 101 is for you. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. And if you're looking for the idea behind a trading plan, if you look at the last two videos, I believe, I want to say 39 and 40, but he said it was the last two videos, goes over the concept of creating a trading plan, okay? Stock of the day video, I do it here. Well, I do it here, but you can sign up for it. Free, of course. Trade of the week is free. You can sign up for it here. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. You'll get it about an hour before the market opens on Monday. Okay, so check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Education, big education section is right here. Here's our user guide. There's that getting started series and the daily support session. So I take a break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Friday, so it should be Andy. I will check, make sure it is Andy. Before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the room so you can head over and listen to Andy. And last, if you want my scan, so if you click on my homepage link, you just have to scroll down. And here are my scans that I'm sharing right now. Pre-market actives up and down, a couple of races. You're going to hear me talk about the option plays over and over again. There they are. This is what it looks like right here. This is the momentum up and down, dock momentum up and down. The Halts resumes. And the other one, the 10-day daily break out and down. These are the ones that I really pay attention to, talking about this and my option scanner. So a lot of scans that I'm sharing. So if you do take out a subscription, I would appreciate it if you use my link. I get some credit. The room gets credit. Also, if you save my homepage link, you can take a look at my scans and, of course, the education section anytime. You guys are talking about BXRX. Also, Sophie just got halted also. Wow, yeah, no kidding. 2.5 million in the float after the company agreed to acquire. So they're going to be acquiring a company. So the stock is popping on that news. Oh, Sophie whacked. So Sophie's whacked. So I didn't check it. So obviously it's on the way down. Whoa, is it ever? Is it ever whacked? So this has got to be something with, this is to do with the student loan payments. I'm just looking here. This is not going to load for me, but this is the headline. So obviously this is something to do with your student loan repayments. Supreme Court rules in favor, and I think Sophie, that affects Sophie negatively. BTAI. So underneath, so there's another one. Just no follow through. Well, this is a classic, guys. Why I don't get stubborn. CBA. Look at CBA. Okay, well, I'm not understanding. You saying Supreme Court throws out Biden's student loan relief plan, but I see that here now. But why does it say rules for President Biden in the first of two challenges? But now we're getting all this. So there's your first headline, but then you get a throws out, and then you get this one does not have the authority. So it looks like Sophie could pop here. I'm looking here. There's the halt for Sophie at 8:56, but it looks like it wants to open around 9. So am I wrong? I mean, this mixed messages here. Supreme Court rules for, but then it says throws out and does not have the authority. I mean, that's the first headline that people saw. So Sophie resumed. Let's see what happened. Yeah. So this is almost, I don't want to say fake headline, but I mean, this maybe it's a poorly worded headline, but that caused Sophie to just go, look at this. I mean, look at this. Imagine if you were in Sophie right here and you were saying, oh my God, I better bail. Well, Oh, okay, guys, I'm still trying to. So much happening here. So Mavis, MVIS. Hmm. There's been some ugly, ugly looks here, guys. I mean, seriously. I mean, the BTAI looked pretty awesome, over 17, 13, and then big drop down. I mean, these are big, big percentage moves. You can't stay in these trades if you have a proper stop, in my opinion, anyway. And the CBay, yeah, the CBay just went. I mean, look at this, all the way down to 1073. You can't stay in these trades with a proper stop, in my opinion, anyway. What did Root do at 10? Yeah, so that was pretty predictable, guys. Got right up to that 10 level. Pretty psychological, tough psychological number to break. Now, with these, I mean, BTAI could come back later on in the day. So that's what I'm doing. Is just going to stick an alert. Just stick an alert up here and see if it comes back later on. Well, Jamie, if you saw the headline, again, this is very mixed, and I don't know. Well, I mean, there's the original headline. Supreme Court rules four. Now, four to me means positive, okay? Four, and that caused Sophie to just get hammered down. And then right after that, I mean, literally, there's okay. That's at 10:34, 10:39. The Secretary of Education does not have the authority, and then 10:40, the Supreme Court throws out. Okay, so and then rules against. So this is really bad, guys. I mean, that headline right there should never have happened. Never have happened, because that caused the Sophia huge damage to anybody who had Sophia and decided to bail. Now, if they got super super lucky and they weren't able to bail before it got halted, then then it popped. Sophie paid you twice, William. Good for you. Well, and now look. I mean, this is all over the place. All right, guys. So Overstock is just underneath the VWAP. 3124 is the VWAP. So just underneath the VWAP right now. We're trying to hold it. Let's see if it does hold it. We did not see this APYX in the pre-market. It didn't really do any trading in the pre-market, but boy, once this market opened, I don't see any specific reason. The only headline I have is that it's going to release second quarter in August 10th, but that's not a big deal. Something's happened. I just don't see any headline. And I still cannot load any headlines from my Interactive Brokers. All right, this is now halted again on the way down. Yeah, ATX. Is this a joke, guys? You know, these are just, I mean, it's a reverse split today. You know, traders pile onto this for fun. It's almost like it's just going to the casino. There's no reason for this to have popped up after the reverse split. That one, I completely agree with you, William. That one looks purposeful. I mean, that just should never have happened. Heads should roll. PRGS is an earnings play, guy. Oh, look at this one. PRGS is an earnings play, and look at the room it's got. 6122. This has some room, guys. 6132 or so. 6127 is the next high looking left. This is really interesting. Over the whole number. It's an earnings play. Okay, PRGS. This is really interesting. Look at the room it's got. 5765, so it's way above the VWAP, so that's not an issue. It's not going to stall it. Way above the 200-day moving average. Let's see. Well, it holds 59. Not a lot of volume. 8 times normal for it. 294,000 shares. Okay, well, unless everybody is saying that, then you might have to do a refresh session. So you guys should be able to see PRGS right now on my screen. If you're seeing something, if you might have to just do a refresh session, okay? So what do you guys see on my screen? Do you guys see PRGS? Yes, okay. So yeah, so just do a refresh, okay? Refresh. You are stuck. Not everybody is stuck. You are stuck though. Keep an eye on this PRGS, guys. I mean, it no longer holds 59. It's got a lot of room looking left, of course. So that's the RXT. It's a cheap one. I've been seeing this over and over the last 2 days anyway. RXT on the way down and now on the way up. Ah, I remember this one. Yes, has to take out this 257. If it takes out 257, it's got a shot to the 3 level. So I'm not interested in it right now. Well, CVNA, guys, CVNA is really giving it up after the pre-market surge it had. CVNA, I mean, it got up to 27.46, so it's a $2 drop now. All right, guys. PRGS looks really interesting to me anyway. Earnings play. Okay, guys, sorry. Symbol crashing, what does that mean? AAOI is on the move. AAOI is on the move. Symbol crashing. This is my sound alert for my 10-day daily breakout. Look at this, nothing on the breakdown. Now, you might say, well, it's because the markets are all up, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. But nothing on the 10-day daily breakdown today, not yet anyway. Any news on this one? The only news I see is from yesterday or 2 days ago. I don't see any news on AAOI, but it is ripping here. Wow. It's funny. No action in the pre-market at all. Nothing. No inkling this was going to happen. Well, I shouldn't say that. I guess at 9:15 it had a little bit of a. No, I'm wrong. That's 9:30. So yeah, nothing happening for AAOI in the pre-market at all. Okay, guys, PRGS making a little bit of a move here, guys. PRGS. It'd be one of those sneaky ones. Was there any news? I didn't see that. I didn't see your posting on the AAOI. Any news on this one? That's a big move. 26%. Relatively low float. 27 million in the float. So how's Bitcoin doing now? So it's recovered over 3,000. How's Mara doing? Yeah, I still have this, but I mean, I'm still fine. I'm in at, just underneath 12. This is not from today, of course. Mm-hmm. 695 down to 660. That's a pretty big percentage move down. PRGS, guys, that's the last time I'm going to say it, but it's got the room. PRGS. earnings play. Not too many earnings plays, but that is one. By the way, how I'm tracking my earnings plays is this earnings plays up versus earnings play down compare count. I just have this on another monitor, and that's how I'm looking at my earnings plays. Look at Ion Q now, guys. Ion Q is now broken. I think it's broken down through the VWAP. Yeah, wow, look at Ion Q now. So through the VWAP, 1437. Another difficult intraday trader turning into be one anyway. A couple of days ago, it was great. It was just basically straight up all day. I do not have that one. I don't think as a compare count. I do have a more traditional way of looking at it. To see what I do have. I do have something regarding earnings, but yeah, earnings plays up versus earnings plays down. Let me see what I don't know if this is a compare count window. Let me just check it. I don't think it is, but let's just see. Oh, it is. Yes, I do. So yes, I do. Okay. Yeah, the compare count window is just another. Obviously, you could break these into either topless or alert windows. Just another way to display the data. I kind of enjoy the way it displays the data. Okay, and of course, anything in green means it's moving up. Doesn't mean it's necessarily positive for the day. Okay, that's the big difference. It just means that it's making a new high for the day. In this case, I mean it's also up, but it could be a stock that is down for the day but making new highs. So that's why I kind of like this way I'm doing it. Before I used to only see for it to be green, the stock had to be up for the day also. But this now allows you to see stocks that maybe are earnings plays that have been beaten up but then bouncing. Okay, not in this case. SGH, actually, SGH might be a good example. There you go. So it's choppy as heck. I mean, I'm not, but look at this. This is up for the day, but I was getting alerted that it was making a new low. I mean, remember, up for the day in terms of, in relation to yesterday's close. So it's above yesterday's close, but it was making new lows. So it's coming back down. So if all that makes sense. Now we're not in earnings season. I may have to make an adjustment when we get into earnings season. This will be like a real crawl. All right, now this one's probably halted on the way down. Yeah, so you got to be very quick on these guys. I mean, you cannot wander away from your computer if you take any one of these types of stocks. 2.5 million in the float. Well, let's take a look at NVDS. So if you want to short, like what PJ is talking about, you want to short NVIDIA, you can buy this, okay? Just give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. Excuse me. All right, guys, 11:05. So in a little less than an hour, Andy will be showing up in our YouTube room. Okay, so CBay, for me to get into CBay again, it would, number one, it's going to have to take out that 1120. It's holding the VWAP 1087. It looks like it's trying to hold that VWAP. Okay, we'd have to take out the 1020 again, and we'd have to do it on some volume. I'm not going to get nailed again on it. It's not so much I don't like the races trading tacos, but I really like my option plays, so I thought I'd rather display that. I think this is giving us really interesting stuff. So I wanted to display this. Still have them. You can still access them from my homepage, but Well, because I was getting great alerts all day from this my options plays. I was getting great alerts, so I wanted to concentrate on that. But you know you can go to the races if you want, no problem there. But I just decided I wanted to show people how today is not a, I wouldn't call today a great day. There's not a lot of continuation, but man, we've had some great looks from the option scanner for the last couple of weeks. So, okay, guys, things have slowed down quite a bit now for me anyway. Not seeing too many new, could have got into the CCL on that VWAP break, 1821. Okay, CBay, it's trying to get me interested in it again. And again, the attraction is this. I mean, you look left and there's 1122, which it took out twice. Okay, took it out twice. And then when we look back on that weekly chart, I can't see anything. Till we get to 2019. So 3 years, 4 years ago, 4 years ago, I don't really think what happened 4 years ago matters. That's me. That's my person. That's me, of course. But so that's why I was interested in it. Of course, it's coming from the option plays. So it's kind of right back at 1102. So I use this now way more like a watch list too. You know, just because something failed early, or maybe it really romped early and it came right back down. So there it is, 1102. But it's gonna have to take out 1120 again for me to get interested. Does BBWI look like I'm not really good at identifying patterns like that, but let's on the hourly. I don't have an hourly. I mean, I can get one. I guess to me this is massively ugly anyway on a 15. But yeah, I don't know. I honestly don't know. I mean, there's the VWAP 3764 is below the VWAP. So I mean, if you want to take this one, I would I'd be waiting for it to take out the VWAP if it does, or maybe I don't know if you're looking to. Yeah, to me, it's just it's very messy for me, Larry. Very messy looking for me. It's trading, a little bit more than normal, 1.3 times normal. It's a big float. But yeah, okay, if you're thinking short, well, again, there's the VWAP 3764, so it is below the VWAP still. My only issue right now, if I look at a 60-minute chart like you are, I have some bottoming tails. So, there were a couple and right at the same price, virtually at the same price. That means that, the sellers knocked it down to that level. The buyers closed it. Buyers took control a couple of times. not in a huge way. So, I mean, if you were going to short this, I'd be certainly waiting for it to take out that 37.20. But that's obviously just my opinion. God, this is ugly looking. SGH, I mean, just so much chop. And the PRGS, well, it gave up 59. So that is kind of chopping a little bit too. Next, NEXT, you mean it's an all-time low? Well, looking left, of course, the next low looking left is 791, and then there's 783 and all that. I mean, you're right. I mean, to me, I mean, it could get stuck. It could get stalled in several areas. Now, if it could ever take out 750, then look out below. Yeah, I mean, the PRGS, I mean, it was low volume. It was high relative volume, but it is low overall volume. You're absolutely right. It was high relative volume, 7.6 times normal. I mean, my only real attraction to it was the fact that it had this huge void. Okay, now even TRUP is starting to come back a little bit here. Let's take a look at this one a little more closely. TRUP, it's above 20. This showed up on the option scanner early. I did take this one, but for a very minor gain, but it's starting to move now. It's starting to move now. Will it hold 20? I mean, again, why am I interested? Because when you look left, all that room. Now, how well will it hold 20? I mean, that's okay, guys. I got some. I'm trying to manage this. I don't want to. Okay, Troop, come on, do your thing. I mean, I'm just looking left here, guys. I don't know where it's going, and the pre-market high was 2111 also. So, whew, Do you enter trades on Trade Ideas? No, I enter in my Interactive Brokers account. It's linked. I mean, linked. And when I say linked, this is just in the simulator. Okay, this is what you see in the simulator. Link meaning that when we have a linking tool, so that when I click on this on the symbol, it shows up in my Interactive Brokers account. We link with many brokerages. Okay, so it's just a time saver. So linking, external linking, it's called the external linking tool. I click on tools, external linking, and I'm linked to my Interactive Brokers account. It's just a big time saver. Could I, the running scanner, I'm not sure I understand that question exactly, Diana. Is this a scan that you saw called the running scanner? I don't have it. What you see, and oh, now we're getting, you see, here's the GNFT. So somebody said that the CBay was somewhat related to the GNFT. GNFT is now just getting hit. Yeah, I know people link with DAS, so you can link with it, yes. I don't link with DAS, so I can't tell you exactly how it. A lot of linking is just trial and error, okay? If you look the external linking tool, it works kind of like this. Well, kind of, this is exactly the way it works, external linking. When you add a link, you just have to follow these instructions. Typically, it's just a matter, okay, go. Typically, it's just a matter of putting your pointer in your order entry box, and then holding down the shift key, and that usually establishes the link. Okay. Well, you can have it, Diana. If you're talking about the races, you can have them. I mean, you just have to go to my home page. I don't have to display them for you to have them. Okay. If you click on my homepage link, where are we here? Click them out right here. Go to my homepage link. Okay. And scroll down and click here. And here are the two races. That's the race I used to have up and running. Biggest gainers from the open percent. Okay. So you don't, like, I don't have to be displaying it for you to see it, of course. Okay. I'll be honest. I just think this is way more interesting. Well said, Shady. I sort of say the same thing over and over again. Shorting tops and trying to play bounces is not the easiest thing. I don't care how experienced you are. And certainly if you're a new trader, I know you're not a new trader, Denver, but shorting tops, I mean, they look awesome. I mean, it's incredible when they work, but it's not easy. And also, trying to play bounces, not easy. Yep, this is what I use. Yes. I do have a TradingView account, but I mean, this is basically what I use. Every now and then I will put the TradingView, when, I've had some issues sometimes with our charting being a little bit slow. Okay. And when that happens, I switch over to TradingView, but no, I'm fine with with our charts. But this RXT, where was the original alert for RXT? I did not take this one. RXT 240. It hasn't moved much. I mean, it's 240, 250. All right, guys. Well, I've taken some off of the trope, most of it. Again, I'm going to have to be quick today. A lot of these are just quick hitters now. Well, look at this RXC now. I'd love to see this Trupanion will get over 2050 again. It briefly did. What I'd love to see is Trupanion to show up right up here again. TRUP, right up here again. It would have to get over 2050, I believe. The high, 2051 was the high, so it would have to get to 2052 to show up right here. My monitor setup, I have a 330, can't even remember anymore. I think they're 34-inch, 334-inch 4K monitors. Are they 32 or 34? I think they're 34. Three 34. I'm sure it's 34-inch 4K monitors. Three 34-inch 4K monitors. I could probably get by with two. If I weren't moderating a room and stuff, I could probably get by with two. You too, Brooke. Have a great weekend. Sort of a long weekend, guys. So my plan is this. William will probably open the room on Monday morning. Okay. I will pop in briefly and probably just share my screen, but I will not be on the mic until probably 10 o'clock. Remember, it's only a half day. Half day on Monday. And then, of course, the full day on Tuesday with your 4th of July. Come on, get that bid to catch up to the ask on Troop, TRUP. Oh, even BlackBerry showing up. There was an earnings play yesterday. BB was an earnings play yesterday. I'm not terribly interested in it, but well, okay. There's room. There is some room. 622 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart, I believe. Let's make sure of that. No, 577 is. So 577 is the next high. That's what I was waiting for. Look at this. That's what I was waiting for. Troop to show up right up here. Okay, now get the bid over 50. Get the bid over 50 for Troop, TRUP. Keep calling it Troop. I know it's not Troop. No, I completely agree. All this conversation you guys are having about trying to short tops and play bottoms. I mean, I know William does it, and he's got a style, etc. But it is, if I would do it, I mean, I would concentrate on that if I thought it was. Nothing in trading is easy. Nothing is easy. Okay, but I just found it way too hard to try to predict a top or a bottom. And so I just don't really do it anymore. I'm not saying I never ever do it, but I don't have a scan, for instance, specifically. Now, I mentioned earlier, my earnings plays. Okay. So, for instance, now this is not a great example because it's choppy, but SGH, okay, it's an earnings play, and it is now in red means it was making a new low here. Yes, Trupanion, you have rewarded me. You have rewarded me. Thank you. Sorry, guys. But and there's a classic case. I took it early. Basically, I mean, just a pittance on it, and then using this like a watch list. When it got over 20 again, I said, okay, well, let's take a look at it. And the second time was gold. Do I still have it? I don't use it anymore, if that's what you're asking, Martin. I mean, I still think I have it somewhere. I don't think I deleted it. Yeah, Zach's bouncers and toppers. Yeah, I still have it, but I don't use it. It's not that it was terrible, anything like that, but I have to. I don't want to get drawn into having so many alerts, so many different scans up and running. Okay, so I always have to make a decision about what do I really want to concentrate on. And so right now, my option scanner is what I'm really option scanner, and this what I'm really concentrating on. The only reason I have the momentum is that sometimes the option plays, and they sort of slow down. So I have this my momentum scanner, just in case something is really interesting that's happening. But I honestly, I could get rid of this. I could get rid of my momentum scans. The reason being is that these two give me enough to look at all day long. Okay. I mean, I don't get too many alerts in either of them. All right. This is Teasing me again, guys, but look what it did. It got up to that 1120 mark and pulled right back down again. But it is well, I don't consider that Trupanion is a low volume stock. I mean, it's 1.4 million. Now, depends what you like to trade, but I don't consider that a low volume stock. And it's 3.6 times normal, so I don't know. It meets all my filter requirements here. So, but listen, because the question was coming from the YouTube room. Do you often get burned on these kind of low volume stocks? So again, I don't consider this low volume, 1.4 million. But yeah, I know. I mean, I completely get it. Some people will only look at stocks that are, I don't know. I don't know. What is your minimum, Tony? As an example, what is your minimum that you like to see in terms of shares traded? Just out of curiosity, talking to somebody in our YouTube room. I mean, the CBA has so much potential, okay, so much potential. But what I'm confused about though is somebody said that this is somehow linked with the GNLM, not the GN, no, not the GNFT. Oh, 20 million. Well, then, okay, yeah, then you're 20 million is yeah. I'm definitely I definitely don't mind trading things that are million minimum, sometimes less at the beginning of the day. But hey, listen, if you trading stocks that are at least 20 million and you're doing well, stick with it. No, of course you could take any one of these scans that I've got and just put a minimum of 20 million. Now, I'll tell you right now, you won't get too many so far. Now, what you could do with the option plays though is you could up the price range. You know what because my price range right now, and I did up it a bit. So what you guys have is not this, but I did up it to 30. But you could easily, you could make it, I don't know, 50 to 200. You'll probably catch stocks, that are trading a lot more. I don't know how many you'll catch. I don't know, I have no idea. But you could maybe, make that 50 to 200 and see what sort of option plays you get from that. More than likely, the volume will be higher, but maybe not. I mean, 20 million for a $200 stock is, a fair amount. But it sounds like you're more used to trading, the apples, and like Apple obviously is, 27 million today. And obviously, I just don't trade Apple and Microsoft and Amazon, et cetera, just because they're not going to give me the sort of percentage increases that I'm looking for. Okay. And that doesn't mean that, person shouldn't trade Apple and Microsoft and Google, et cetera, if that's what they're comfortable with. Look how CBay is it's toying with us, guys. It truly is. It's toying with us. Okay. It broke above that area again and it just came right back down. So I'll just continue to put my price alerts there. I don't know, maybe later on in the day. I mean, it's not a low float. It's 87 million. It's not crazy low. It's not high, of course, but it's certainly not like a crazy low floater. And, I guess the best thing we could say about it is that it continues to kind of hold that VWAP area, 1089. You can see, even though it did dip down below a couple of times, but it continues to try to hold that VWAP area. So Lilium is on the move here also, guys. So Joby was early. Lilium is again in that space, that sector. But again, would I take it? Nope. Why? Look left. $2, too much at $2. Now, if it gets through $2, I mean, this has had a a great 2-month run when it just got kicked all the way down to 36 cents. I'm trying to exhibit the patience of Shady here on the troop, quite frankly. I traded some out, of course. Look at it now. Yes, every time we get a new high up here. My sound alert for this is "oh man." So every time I hear "oh man," I know something is making a new high. Remember, you can put a sound alert. There it is, "oh man." So you can put a sound alert on your alert windows and your multi-strategy windows. And the reason you do that, of course, now I would not recommend having so many, but the idea is that when you hear the sound alert, you know which window to look at. You put a different sound alert on your different windows. Okay. So every time I hear "oh man," I know to look here. Every time I hear the machine gun, I know it's here. Every time I hear a cymbal crash, I know it's this one. And that's really it. Those are the three. Those are the three alert. Well, multi strategy, but those are the three windows that I concentrate on. So again, if you're looking not so much to short tops or to play bounces, but this one right here, this compare count window, like the top is probably a great example right now. Let's take a look. Yeah, look at this. So top is still up for the day, but it's showing red here because it's making a new low. Now top, I'm not saying to do this because top is extremely erratic, but it's not that you're shorting a top like up here. What you're doing is you're sort of looking at something that, okay, a little bit of positivity at the beginning on its earnings play, but it just seems to be drifting down. Okay, so it's the same thing. You might get something green. It could be something that is still down for the day, but some positivity is happening and it's starting to move up. So you can so it's not quite trying to play like a super top like this and guess that that's going to drop from there. RNLX, take a look at RN. You see it's pushing back. Yeah, I mean, there's an argument to be made if it takes out that. Now, this was the original alert. I know Shady took this early and all that, but it had a pretty severe pullback after that. I know he said he did okay, but that was a pretty severe pullback. Now it's starting to come back. It's over the VWAP, 288. There was the original alert from my option scanner, 314. Okay, so I've got my price alert is set up in that area. Yeah, it might, if it does something, it's not a low float. After hours, I mean, it got up to 374. Pre-market, it got up to 366 or so. So there is room for this one to run. And yeah, that's shady. That was a better trend reversal is what I should have been talking. Trying to short these spikes really difficult, but trend reversals still yeah, they're still challenging. I mean, nothing is easy, and I'm not really looking for these, but I'm noticing that on the earnings plays that I'm getting some that have that look. All right, guys, 11:44. So it should be ending in about 15 minutes in our YouTube room. Yeah, Clay, I trade as the only thing I tend not to do. I mean, do I ever? I don't want to call it a rule, but I rarely trade in the. So anyway, sorry, I'll repeat the question for the other room. Time management question: do you focus on specific hardline times to trade, or do I trade just as much as I want? So really, it's the latter. The only kind of rule I try to follow is not trading in the first 15 minutes. Okay, that's the only thing that I tend not to do. I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes. But after that, I trade as much as I want. I don't have any specific time that I'll stop trading or start trading again. Like I know a lot of people say, well, I'm not going to trade during the. No, I do take a break at lunch at between 12 and 1. It doesn't mean I'm not trading though. It just means I'm taking a break from the mic when the other traders takes over in the YouTube room. So I'm taking a break from the mic. But no, other than not wanting to trade in the first 15 minutes, it's wide open for me. And in fact, as somebody pointed out earlier in the YouTube room, and actually in our main room, um, I actually find that trading in the afternoon is awesome. Because things are very whippy, even throughout the entire morning. Especially some of these wilder ones, they tend to settle down for like several hours at a stretch, and then maybe from 2 o'clock on, the enthusiasm comes back, and they start to trade again. And so I actually find it very good to trade in the afternoon. But it's not that but no, I don't have a cutoff saying I will not trade, between 11 o'clock and 1 o'clock or 11 o'clock and 2 o'clock. No. If I see a setup I like, I'll trade it. I don't care what time it is. But I will say this: the first 15 minutes is almost 100% a no for me, because I just see things happening. Stocks so up and down, up and down. Do I run the risk of something like this happening? CCL was not a good example. It was a better example, I thought. Well, sometimes I'll get an alert in the option plays or some other scan that I got, and it really starts to run. And the alert happens at 9:30, just after 9:30, 9:32, and it keeps running. It doesn't bother me at all. Because so many other times, yeah, I used to take those trades and they'd move up and then down immediately, kind of like the RNLX. Now, no Shady did okay, but the RNLX to me was, I mean, there's the 930 candle, 15-minute candle. And so many times I used to do it, and I used to just The problem is that psychologically, you start taking these trades right off the bat, and you pile up a few losses. It really, you can either do one of two things. You can turn your computer off and not want to trade for the rest of the day, or you really get into revenge trading. You lose a bunch of trades right off the bat, and then you start upping your share size. You take bigger risks because you're trying to gain back everything you lost. And I would do that. And boy, but I stopped doing. Years ago I stopped doing that, and now I just resign myself to the fact that something that runs from 9:30 on, so be it. Oh yeah, it happens to all of us. I mean, if anybody says they've never revenge trading, they're not telling the truth. And you can revenge trade. You can even have a plan. I'll only risk $100 a trade or $200 a trade, whatever your account size determines what you should be risking. And you lose a couple of trades, and then you start saying, "Man, I better risk 300 or 400 on this trade so I can get back everything I lost in those first two trades." And I'm telling you, I've done it. We've all done it. Believe me, we've all done it. Well, too bad. It looks like the troop is over. However, what I'm going to do with it is put a price alert on it at 250. See if it takes it over 2050. Sorry. See if it takes that out later on. But it worked out very well for me. I wish it had gone further. I was really looking at this high over here of 22, hoping it might get up to 21, but you've got to manage your trades. Now OPK has been showing up, I think, every single day, and yeah, it showed up on Wednesday as a big, well, it gapped up and then it pulled all the way back down. I saw this one yesterday, now today. And again, I look left, I just see too much resistance, too much resistance. ABCM, yeah, a couple of you guys are Kishore in the YouTube room and William now talking about ABCM. I do not see it. Now that's where the momentum up scan can help, okay? It might show you because a lot of like sometimes these things don't trade options. Some of the ones you see in the momentum ups, not that this one does. Yeah, I mean this one is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown as a potential short. There are lots of shares available. It's a crazy one though, guys. I mean, look at this on the news that it popped all the way up to 571 pre-market, and it is not just giving it up; it's giving it up in a huge way to the point that now the stock is down almost 12%. And I cannot load this. Something's going on with my IB headlines. It must be, I don't know, it's just me, but there you go, trading higher to the company. Sorry, after positive results from late stage. So it's a liver disease, okay? And that, looked awesome. And it's late stage, so it's probably phase 3. Could not even remotely hold those gains. I mean, there's one thing not to hold the gains to a certain extent, but then there's one thing to not hold the gains and then just get completely wiped out. So I don't know. Maybe there's no market. Well, I'm sure there's a market, but they have no money to develop. I don't know. I mean, there's something else going on, obviously, that I'm not aware of. William, Mr. William, our medical expert, GNFT. Anyway, ABCM. All right, guys. So I'm getting set for Andy to show up in a bit. And it is Andy. Okay. Okay, guys, so in about 5 minutes, I'll be taking my break. Andy will be showing up in our YouTube room for his hour. And what I'll do is put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Andy. And Andy has a very different trading style from me. He's a real bottom fisher. I mean, he'll trade other things, don't get me wrong, but he loves the bottom fish. He loves the China stocks. But he took FSLR today. He's following along in our Slack thread, and I think he said he took First Solar. I don't know what he did with it exactly, but so it's not just, these stocks that have been wiped out and then trying to come back. He loves his China stocks. He really does. You can ask him. No, that's the yin and the yang, right? Whoops. Haven't seen this symbol for a while. Yeah, so yes. I don't know if he plays the ETF for China. I really don't know. I know he's. I had not heard him talk about yin and yang, but he'll be there in about 4 minutes, so you can ask him. K-Web for a long time. Okay, guys, I'm just going to put my announcement in. Okay, I'll put myself on mute in the main room. I'll keep the YouTube room open, of course, but I won't mute the YouTube room. And there he is, Mr. Andy himself. How you doing, my friend?
Mr. Barry, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good.
Good.
It's been a choppy day for me, but able to carve out something with Trupanion from my option scanner. But other than that, not a lot of follow through on the things that I keep looking at this CBAY. It's
Yeah,
CBAY.
yeah, I saw that coming through my one of my scans today.
Yeah,
Nice.
and well, if you got it early, I suppose. But I'm waiting from my option scanner. The alert happened at I think 11:02
Okay.
price wise,
Mm-hmm.
and I. But if you look left, you'll see that there's something at 11:20 on the weekly chart.
Yep, I see that.
It can get through that in a big way. It tried a couple of times, but so I still have my fingers are crossed when it because I took a small loss on it first time. I'm
Uh-huh.
waiting to see if it can happen again, and then because it's got room, it's got a ton of room when you look left if it can get through that. But
Yeah.
that's me. I see you took First Solar.
Yeah, I took it for a swing. I got it at 184.80. I just noticed the tan sector earlier in the morning, and it got driven down. And I kind of like that daily. Looks like it may be trying to reverse there on the daily.
Hmm.
So, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, we'll
It's
see.
got some room.
We'll see what happens. Yeah. Uh,
So I already built you up as Mr. China. So somebody asked about you'll see that Trading Tacos said, what do you think of yin here? I don't think you've ever really talked about yin or yang, have you?
uh, so a symbol.
Well, that's an ETF. Three. I think that's a three-time.
Okay.
Yeah, YINN. But I don't think
Y
I've ever heard you talk about that.
YANN.
No, YINN.
Okay. Yeah, it's weird. You think I typically don't trade the leveraged ETFs in China, but
Mhm.
I did buy some KWeb today,
Okay.
pretty much right here at 26.92. Uh, it was one of those kind of things where I watched it open and then it bounced back, and I said, you know what, with our markets going, we could see a bounce in China, but it's a gamble because it doesn't look good on the daily. You're still way below
No.
all your moving averages. Yeah, so not a big position, but I do. Uh, I also bought some PDD because I
Well,
like
you
that.
love China. You love China. I mean, you love China.
You
It's
know
that's.
what? But I like to play them because when they get going, man, they get going. I've been in
Oh
this
yeah.
league. I've been in this league for like 2 months.
Right.
Yeah, now I buy it back and sell it. I keep a core position and I keep like yesterday I added on that pullback just because
Hmm.
from what I hear, they're really doing well. They're selling cars over there
Oh
and
yeah. There's no question. I mean, of the three of them, that seems to be the leader between
yep.
XPath and Nio and Lee. That seems to be the leader.
Yeah, it
All
is.
right, my
It
friend. Well, I'll
is.
let you go. I'm looking
Yep.
at CBay again. It's teasing me again. So I'm figure out what I want to do. Okay.
Let me see. Oh
Okay.
yeah, it's got that look. It's got
It's
that
got that
nice
look.
look. It
It's
does.
got the
Launching
look.
pad. Yeah, that
It
10
held
period
the
moving
VWAP.
average.
Yeah, it held the VWAP also 1091.
Yeah.
It held the VWAP area anyway. So we'll see. Okay,
Yeah.
my friend.
All right. Good
You go
luck.
to
Enjoy
one
enjoy
or
enjoy your hour off. Yep. I got
I
the
will.
full time.
The
All
full
right, buddy.
time. All right. Thank you, Andy.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Hi everybody. Welcome to the support webinar. So if anybody's in here, my name is Andy. If you're in here for the first time, and we'll be talking about any questions that you might have on the software, maybe a configuration you're working on. And if not, it's always fun to talk stocks. Hi, Leanne. How are you? All right. Markets, let's take a real quick look at the markets, and hopefully my HTML charts will hold up. I mean, they've been doing great all day, but sometimes when I start this StreamYard, they start acting up. And there goes an alert on AMRX. I'm not sure when I set that, but I can see why I set it. Watch and see if any volume comes in. Pharmaceutical company. I got hit. I just got hit on a bid I had in lithium. Okay, let's see, make sure I had it at 20. Yeah, got it. 19. Let me just make sure. Go over my account. Liking this, loving this setup on this lithium here, especially with the EVs going. Obviously, these they make the batteries for or the components that go in the batteries, whatever they do. But I know they're definitely connected to the EV market. Make sure I got that. Yep, I got it. Yeah, yeah, that's that AMRX. It's a nice one. It's got a little bit to go to get that monthly high there, but I always set my alerts a little bit early in case I want to see what kind of volume's coming in. I haven't seen the I'm sure it's some obviously news. No, there's not earnings, but I didn't look at the news this morning. I don't really look that much at news. I look at areas to buy, and that was definitely a gap and go for sure. And it's getting through that key level over there, trying to, but that's not my style to chase something up 42%. I seem like I always get just whacked over the head when I do that. Barry's real good about if and when he's wrong getting out, where I try to give it some wiggle and jiggle. Next thing you know, they fall bed fall out of bed on me. That's why I did my day trading for 17 years, man. I enjoy the swing time frame now. Oh, I don't know if you guys remember who was I talking to last week? I told you about this IONQ. I bought it on this day actually. You can see my price there, 1017. Still in a portion of it. Uh I think I got one third left, but this is one where I'll probably keep a core position. But anyway, I'm bringing it up because the day after that good news, I was in here on Friday going like, man, this is weird action. That was some really good news. They basically raised their guidance, like doubled it. Uh, not so much monetary guidance, but their production or whatever they're going to, the orders or whatever. But anyway, and then of course the next day you see what happened from there on. But something to remember, okay? Because I've seen this a lot. This back in the old school day, this one would have never happened. This stock would have opened up on that day and uh, taken off. But nowadays, it seems like a lot of times on good news, you'll get these shenanigans like this where it gaps up and then trades off, closes near lows, and you're like, and that's what they want you to do. I say they, who I'm not sure who they is, but uh, get out, forget about it. That didn't work, and then you turn around 3 days later and it's breaking out, a major breakout. Yes, it was you, BB, wasn't it? Good. I'm glad you stuck in there with me. Uh, ATVI short. Golly, that AMRX, I probably just should grab some, but you know what? I'm not in the mood. Um, well, Larry, I'm not sure what time frame you're on. If you're a day trader or swing trader, this definitely is not something I would swing trade short. Now it does have some, topping wicks. Uh, but if I were to take something like that, and first of all, I wouldn't just because it's a very strong chart on any time frame. Now, I can understand you on the daily, on the intraday. And if it see, I got this 5 day, so it's broken the 10 period moving average. Okay. If it stays below that and then breaks this 20 period, yeah, that may be worth a day trade try for a short. And then you could use the 10 as your stop. If it closes above that 10 period moving average, it's probably going to get going again. But yeah, it had that action yesterday too, but a little bit different market today than we had yesterday. So uh, keep that in the back of your mind. CCL. Ugh, no. Actually, if I was a day trader still, I'd have been buying that. Like I said, that's just a beautiful, strong chart. You got to look. I mean, it's extended, and but if you're trying to play contrarian, I would always look for levels. And really, it's kind of in no man's land right now. Zap this out. Come on. Yeah, a little bit of congestion here. I can see this would definitely be a pivot point. Uh, but yeah, yeah. I Trust me, I went through my period of time where trying to fade stuff that's overbought, but you just you never know how long it's going to keep going. It may want to come up here to 20, uh, test the 20 level. Sorry, I got a text I had to answer real quick. My wife and daughter are going to Honduras to work at an orphanage, so so I had to take that. All right. I was with Andy about not buying highs. I prefer. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought you were the one. Yeah, I look for setups, and if you go to our trade ideas, our trader TV LLC, Trade Ideas TV. That's what it is. Trade Ideas TV. Uh, I put a list out every morning. And you guys, if you have the software, you don't have to really go to that. It's going to be if you go to new and you pull up a docked window. No, I'm sorry. I want to do the dock channel bar. And you go to Trader's Eye and you will see these will be in there. And we have them hooked up to a little bit of a race here. But you can see all the ones. But in my video that I do highlight the ones that I like the best. This morning it was Neo, Tesla, CX. I did kind of like CX. I like the way that's looking, and really, it's still not going. If it gets above this level, I think it could have a push there. Oh, I got to buy lithium in my account here. Oh, but I got it at 20. That's all right. I'll just have to keep that in the back of my mind that I actually have it at 10 cents lower. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, that CCL is, yeah, you're kind of jumping in front of a freight train. Can't talk today. I had to wake up at 3:30 and take them to the airport, so I'm running on fumes here. Joby for a short. Yeah, if I was a day trader, I could see that. I actually see I have some alerts in here. If it ever comes back, I'd be interested in a long position. Yeah, I can see it. I mean, really, they just got permission to start build. I mean, I guess marketing these aircrafts. There's no revenues, I don't think yet. So I could see where it's got a little bit overextended, just broke down below its 10. Now, what I would do if I was shorting this, I would not want it to trade back above the 1065 level or 1067 level, because then it's going to be back above the 10. But yeah, I'd like to have caught that right at the change of that bar, caught it early. All right, Roku. Yeah, you can see I have an alert. I'm interested in a swing in this one. But I'd like for it to get, back above this, this high like it tried to do today at the open. Yeah, you know what? These Chinas that I took a chance on, I may get out of those pretty quick. That's not what I wanted to see in these things. So this is where I'll just small size, half size when I do these things, because I wouldn't add to it until it got maybe back above this 20-day moving average. Yeah, I tried a couple of those to the long side. I don't. I told myself I'm not going to trade those anymore. And along with gold and silver stocks, anything that's tied to something like these things are all tied, even though coin income may not direct have anything directly to do with the price of Bitcoin. They're still tied to them, and they're going to trade with Bitcoin. So, if I'm going to do anything, I'm just going to look for levels. I can kick myself. I bought Bitcoin at 14 the other day because I was watching it intraday and it went to highs. I bought it and I sold it on at 15 on this. I just don't trust it. BBWI is a bear flag. That's got a lot of good questions today. Yeah, Monday's probably going to be a very quiet day. Today doesn't surprise me at all. Anytime, guys, you got to be careful shorting going into end of quarter, because you have window dressing. They're going to support their as quarterly statements that go out to all their clients. It's very seldom do I see just bad days on the last day of the quarter. And Monday, if it's a quiet weekend, yeah, it should be a very quiet day. Could even have a little patriotic rally. Who knows? Uh, that's when I'm looking for my next BBWI. Bath and Body Works. Yeah, yeah, I can see that. Personally, in my opinion, it's a bear flag. Anytime, let me pull up my Epic pen real quick. Stocks have a habit of, when they come from a direction, like this came from down, right? And then you have this flagging pattern. That wasn't very good. Hold on. Okay, you're coming from this direction, and then you have kind of a flagging pattern like this. Okay, I would probably say 75, 80% of the time, always depending on the market. And remember, the market has done very, very well the last several days, and this thing is basically just still stuck in its flag. I would say 8 times out of 10, this is going to go and, resume the same direction from whence it came, this, and then you have the flagging pattern, and typically they will keep going lower. So not one I would be interested in taking a long position in until it maybe, took out this level up here or something. It's just, yeah, it's in a downtrend over the last 3 weeks anyway. I was talking about Barry, this First Solar. I'm gonna tell you, why I got into that. Okay, it's in a downtrend as well, but it was kind of doing what I like is you had this. Let me take off this weekly map so you can see. There you go. It's a little bit thinking outside the box, but you had this, gap fill over here, and typically, a lot of times if you buy it right at the gap, you're gonna get flushed out on this candle. And so you had a kind of a flush out of all the longs and probably people who bought the gap prematurely. But then you had a nice little, over the last couple of weeks rounding bottom, and then it got above this 10 period moving average. I was watching it this morning because I noticed that tan was at the top of the. Oh, and I bought Boyle today too. It's, anyway, I'll get back to that here in a minute. Uh, and I don't want to bore you guys with my trades, but people have emailed me saying they love it when they hear why I took a trade and the reasoning and logic behind it. So a lot of times, guys, when I first started trading, I didn't have any idea generation software. It was basically, you had a sector analysis where you could watch the sectors. So what I would do is I'd see which sectors were strong. This is back when I was day trading, and I would trade those stocks. And today I saw tan up on the day. Then I saw First Solar gap up and then get plow driven down to this fast line and then popped up. And that's where I bought it, actually at 184.80 in my account. And I knew I'd have some issues here when it came up to this 20 period. So it's still in a downtrend. So half a position, and I got a good position now. And then if it gets above this 20-day, then I can add to it. Anytime I'm playing in a downtrend right now, it's just kind of like I did with this China stocks. I just go in with maybe even a third of a position or half a position. But I just want to kind of give you some of the logic because a lot of times I know a lot of people don't encourage, to buy stocks in a downtrend. But if you get to where, you know, you can you can kind of read the charts and kind of understand the human logic of what's happening here and the emotions of what everybody is. Sometimes you can get a really good price on some stuff, like I did in RIVN. I was in this on this day, and then I got stopped out, and then I watched it on this candle right here. You can see I bought it at 1386. Now I've scalped out of most of it, and you can see I've had some nice, some gains in it for it. But I think this one you got to keep an eye on. This is looking real good on the daily. Let's even take a look at the weekly here, get a better picture of it. And there you have it. So it's trying to, man, this thing has just been on the weekly chart. It's just been, boy, basing for weeks. So uh, I think it's one you have to keep an eye on. You had a nice little volume bar here, and then this one's going to be a decent volume bar probably, and it looks like it's going to close on a multi-month high. And so uh, I think for those that aren't afraid of playing, reversal candles. I mean, picking bottoms, because obviously you look at that, you're picking bottoms, but you don't have to do it with big size. I mean, geez, even 100 shares, what if it gets back up to 50? There you go. Let me take a look at that. Yeah. That's going to be a, let's go back over here. Close, close. February 27th, 23. So man, that's going to be on a weekly chart. That's going to be a February, about a, what is that, 15-month closing high? That's going to be impressive. I'm not telling you to rush out and, but here's a here's a problem of playing these card manufacturers is it's just like you have on top of your quarterly earnings, it's like you have earnings every month because they always report their monthly sales, at the first of the next month. So I really wanted to hold more of this, but I'm like, well, if the numbers come out and they're bad, I could get just killed if I don't take some profits. Yeah, yeah, coin. Like I said, as far as that coin goes, you keep an eye on Bitcoin because it's going to trade with it. mRNA, Moderna. Honestly, yeah, this is an ugly downtrend. I mean, unless there's another pandemic, I don't know all that. I know that's what took them about the first time. If we have another pandemic, you gotta. It is trying to get back above its 10 period, but you can see it try to do it over here, got hit down, tried to do it here, got slapped down. So it's been getting slapped down every time it tries to, get above its 10 and 20 periods. So honestly, for me, even right here, the 50, and then it got killed. But I would still want to see this thing. You kind of have a pivot right there. So I would like to see this thing above 130 probably, and that would put it back above its 50 period where I could enter it, and then if it broke down like it did over here, you just get out quick. You know, anytime you're bottom fishing, okay, and this is why I don't mind doing it because if I'm wrong, I don't second guess myself. I just get out, and it's hard to do for a lot of people because they want to start uh, talking themselves into why they're in it and making up reasons to stay in it longer and. Uh, Nothing wrong with bottom fishing. If you have a reason why you're getting in, kind of like that, just told you on that RIVN, uh, like right here, I knew it washed everybody out. I'm always looking at, who got washed out. Well, it went like a 6 weeks low right there, closed. And then I got a reason to get in. It popped back above its 50. And my logic was I get in. If it takes out the low of that bar, I get out. So risk very little, and then you can add. Gets right here, you can add. So to summarize, I will never dog people for trying to pick some bottoms if they have a logic and like that RIV. I'm just showing you there on the weekly. It's been really been basing for a long time, even though it's been sloppy. It's been uh, nice little rounding bottom there. So it hasn't crashed anymore, and now, boy, this has a lot of potential. I'll definitely look at moving averages. I'm big, but not too many. I use simple moving averages, and really, the 200 is not that important to me, but the 10, the 20, and the 50 are kind of my go-to. Uh, and by the way, I like it when they're stacked like this. You got your 10 above your 20, and then your 50 because they can. And now you got your 50 turning upward, so it's always a good sign. I like I like an upward sloping 50 versus a down sloping 50. It makes a big difference. But yeah, I support resistance in volume and um yeah, three simple moving averages. I will throw the 200 in there, but for my swing trading, yeah, the 200 is really not that important. Yes, yes. Now I have I have a okay sized position. I actually have more than this, but what happens is I put stops in my broker account, and then I put them in here, and I got stopped out of one today in here, but I'd canceled in my broker. And so anyway, it's kind of messed up. But to answer your question, yeah, three big bars like that, I'm hesitant. I wouldn't be so much hesitant since it is breaking, out of a kind of a several month range, a 3 month range there. If they didn't have numbers tomorrow, but or I should say, I guess it'd be Monday. I think they do come out on the weekends even. Yeah, the numbers will still come in. But yeah, I would look for a pullback. If I'm now what I'll do, I did this in Mavis today, okay? Because microvision. So I didn't want to chase, but obviously this is an AI play, and they've been on fire. So what I did today is I took like a one, I would say probably a 1/4 position, okay, because it looked like it was breaking through this kind of pivot level here. It did not make it. You can see I got it at, I think, 454 in my account, but nonetheless, I wanted to be in it. Okay, so in other words, I wanted skin in the game, even though it was only a quarter of a position, because this way I can keep an eye on it. If it comes back to the 10 period, I can watch it, see if it holds, and then I can add to my position and things like that. So I will, you know, sometimes take a small position, uh, a quarter of a position, which I'm saying, if one wanted to do that, if one was afraid this RIBN is going to get away from them, maybe you look for a pullback to 16 again and take a quarter of a position just to be in it in case it does rip and go. And then what you can do, you're not averaging down. Okay. Let me tell you the difference between averaging down and scaling into a trade, because I will do that. I will scale in. In other words, I'll buy a quarter of a position, and then if it comes back to a level that I find interesting, to a moving average, I will add that quarter of position, because my goal is to have a full size. Okay. Now, what doubling down is doing is when you take a full position, okay, let's say in your trading account, you take a 10%, you know, position, 10% of your full account. And then all of a sudden it goes against you. And the next thing you know, you're doubling down. You're like, ah, damn, I'm gonna buy some more. and and you can usually feel it what you're doing. And now you got a 20% position in your account. So that is doubling down. Whereas if you're telling yourself, I'm entering this trade in hopes it'll actually pull back so I can get, another quarter. Okay. And until you have a full size. So it's almost kind of like dollar cost averaging. Right? They say that's fine with investing. So why is that not fine for with trading? So hope that makes sense. I mean, you don't want to double down on losing positions, but it's different when you go into a position telling yourself, okay, this is a quarter of a position. Okay, if it pulls back to this level, I'm going to get another quarter. So I hope that makes sense, because I don't want everybody in there saying Andy said it's okay to double down. Okay, lithium is doing better. That was a patient buy right there. Now if it clears, maybe clears this on Monday or whenever, I can add that second half in there. Yeah, it's a big level there. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm afraid to say that name. Kishore? Kishore? Sunshine says, "Did you trade W?" I did not trade W. No, wished I had traded W. You know, I'm not sure. I think I may have only traded that a couple of times. I'm not sure. Sometimes you just stocks you gravitate to. Kishore. Okay. All right. Thank you. I thought that was it. What's the matter, Sunshine? What happened? Oh no. No, no, it doesn't matter what the stock price is. Not at all. So I'm sorry, looking at my blotter to see where if I did do that. No, I mean, you got two examples when I entered them were both half size was RIVN and then First Solar. So you got a $16 stock and a $188 stock. So yeah, no, it doesn't matter the price. It's all relative. Of course, I'm not going to, you know, I'm not I'm not going to buy like 1,000 shares of RIVN and then buy 1,000 shares of First Solar. That's not what it means. But as far as the position size, yeah, I can. It doesn't matter. It could be a quarter, it could be a half, it could be a third. It's usually one of those combinations. All right. I wanted to pay back for all the help. You set an alert. Wait, I'm sunshine. I'm not grasping that. I wanted to pay back for all your help. You set an alert. Oh, if you're talking about, are you talking referring to W, Sunshine? Oh, okay, yeah. I got you. I got you. Yes, that's what happened. I did set an alert and it never triggered. Yep. I got you now. You know what? I'll leave it out there. Here's what happens. You leave those out there, and next thing you know, maybe in a couple of weeks from now, it's going off. But I'm going to raise it a little bit because that 20 period will probably be a little bit higher. Put it about right there. Yeah, and when I see something that's gone from basically what, $35 to 65, that's huge. I mean, we're talking about 89, 90% gain. Yeah, I for swing trading, that's just not I will never chase things like that. There's too many things where I can catch at a much better position. Once you realize uh and this is why I always look for setups. Once you realize that 90% of a successful trade is the entry. It's all about the entry. Uh, you'll find yourself making money, and because I mean, obviously, the entry is the most important part of the trade, and that's why I love to look for good setups. This is why I will stock something like this CX, and if it gets above this level right here, I know that's a great entry. versus somebody coming over here, and if it breaks out of 740, they're chasing. Uh, I'm just using this as an example. I may not even trade that. That's not my crazy best idea. I just something I looked down there and saw. I knew there was a key level there, but you see what I'm saying. It's all about the entry, and well, if you go through my swing trade watcher, this one just I was liking the way this one's set up. I didn't want to chase this morning. I was already in Lee. Lee looks like it's trying to get tired. There you go, lithium. But the great example right here. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. That's a setup. Uh, I guarantee you the majority of traders are going to be buying it up here at 27.70, and I'm going to be in 50 cents, or 50 cents lower. So I know now, I got a great position here at a good entry. So now all I got to do is manage it, and it's so much easier to manage it if you're not, chasing up here on the breakout. Uh, and I'm not saying you can. There's a lot of people that will chase up here on the breakout, and they won't even buy it till it breaks out of this, and they may have a great trade. But I'm just saying, for me, I like to be early. I like to anticipate these breakouts and get them, in the setup area, so uh and that way if it fails up here, you got some wiggle room, okay? Because you just got in, at a much better price. Roku above them. Let me see. So you just have a max of say 1,000 regardless of stock price. You always keep the same number. No, 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 no. It may be a percentage of my account. Okay. First of all, I very seldom take more than I'm gonna say 15% of my account in any one. I gotta really love to trade the trade if I take that much. Uh so I usually, if I'm buying a, let's say, half size, I may take that may be 5% of my whole account, in a trade. Okay. So let's just say on average the full size of a trade is 10% of my account. So it's best to use percentages. Yes. Yeah. You just don't want to. Yeah. I honestly, yeah. I'm not gonna jump in like 20, 25% of my account. I have to. I'd be scalping half of it. If I'm looking at a really good setup, maybe that's just a triple A setup. I may jump in 20% of my account, but I guarantee you, before that day closes, I'm going to get out of 10% of it, or at least 5% of it. Roku above the VWAP, huh? Yeah, that was a holly call. So this could be a trade around if one wanted to. Tell you another one I got to keep an eye on. I was hoping it was going to come down to the 50. That's CrowdStrike. Yeah, and it popped up today. But yeah, a lot of these, I got to put alert right there at 150. It's a big level. These ARC stocks, so they've been tough. They've been tough to trade over the last year, that's for sure. Andy, are you going to buy SoFi? I was in SoFi a while back at a good price, and I think I scalped half of it. Let me see where. Yeah, I was over here on this gap right here, and I had a nice run. Now, this was, I think, earnings driven, and it was kind of breaking out, gapping above this key level, pivot level right there. So I did trade that. As very seldom do I, chase a gap like that, but uh, there's a lot of good things happening. No, I'm not in it. I've been kind of staying away from the banks lately, just because I'm a swing trader and I don't want to wake up to some, you know, major event in the banking sector, which can happen, with just watching KRE. So I've been leaving the banks alone lately. I mean, it'd be fine for day trading, but like I said, I'm a swing trader, and I just don't want to wake up to some contagion. Well, I tell you that UNG's been tough lately, and just when you think you got a nice pattern there, and just I tell you, if it comes back down through its 10, I'm just going to get out and leave this thing alone. That was a nice looking pattern for me today, though. I need to put alert back in there if it breaks. Where's that 10? All right, let me catch up, make sure. Where is the happy medium between allowing room for wicks and having good risk management stop? Uh, Trading tacos, are you talking about day trading or swing trading? Because there's a big difference to me. Well, I'll tell you one I bought yesterday that I thought looked great was BlackBerry. And look, it's right back up. Good Lord. This is what I'm talking about. So I was in this yesterday. It got above that 550. I think I bought it first at 535, and then I added some. Anyway, I ended up getting too big of a position because this is the move I was expecting. And it was doing just fine, but then also a couple of analysts come out right after earnings. They usually wait like a day or two. They come out and they give it a 450 target price. And of course, it sold off yesterday. You can see. So I got out for a small loser just because once it broke down, even though I'm a swing trader, I did not. I wanted to hold this 450. Okay, and this is a case where I got a little bit too much size, and I told myself it needs to hold that 450. And once it broke down through that level, I got out pretty quick, and luckily I saved myself some money because it went all the way down to 430. But anyway, now it's right back up. But managing risk, it's tough to do because a lot of times you can't. This is a great example. Okay, back in the good old days when you had a stock that did this and put a big old topping wick in, you're thinking, oh, great, big old rejection wick. This thing's going to roll over and come back down to these moving averages tomorrow. But wasn't the case at all today. So day trading may be a little bit different. With swing trading, I don't pay attention to wicks as much as I used to because I know there's shenanigans that goes on trying to get people out of their trade. Even analysts downgrading stock after what I thought was great earnings. But that's just the game they play. But anyway, uh, I think you have to pay a little more attention to them in day trading. All right, because look, this thing, never bounced yesterday during the day. Now it's getting a bounce today, but as soon as you saw that wick in it yesterday, and then breaking down, I won't pay attention that much to wicks until they break like a key, especially this. You can see what happened. It breaks this 10 period moving average, and it never looked back. It just kept falling, tried to bounce, got held up again, and yeah, never could get back above it. So I was happy with my out yesterday, but look at it today. So I don't pay much attention to wicks as I used to. I hope that answers your question, trading tacos. I mean, it's easy to, if you just plotted this on a dot graph, you would see BlackBerry, hey, had a nice gap up, closed up big on the day, and all you looked at was the closing price. You almost have to do that these days because I'm telling you, these wicks. Well, take a great example is IONQ. Look at that ugly candle on this day right here. It threw in a topping wick, closed back below its 20 and its 10. Sure, a lot of people gave up on that and said, nah, I'm done with it. And look at the following days after that. It just, eh, with all the high frequency trading algos in the marketplace, you get a lot of noise. So I almost, just try to picture a dot graph, even though I don't use it. I do want to see candlesticks. I do like candlesticks. And I think some patterns you have to pay attention to, but the intraday wicks, not so much for me. Oh, it happened to you too, huh, Christine? Yeah, that, that stinks. And I should have held on to a little bit, but oh well. It wasn't a big loser, but it would have been a nice winner if I'd have held it, through the day. But oh well. Yeah, that's why when I see a big run, it's like this BBAI. It probably bounced on me too when all the AI stocks were going. Now I got out earlier than this. Yesterday, I was in this more of an anticipation move, just with all the AI stocks. But yes, I think I sold half at 257. I threw an order out there, so because I told myself it's going to run right up to this level and it's going to back off until that wick in. And sure enough, it does. So I'm always, especially on these small stocks, I offer out half pretty quick. I typically will grab some decent size and then offer out half, and then I got stopped out of my other half today. But oh well, you want to hang on to some just in case it does break through. One time I created a wick by placing a market order versus a limit order. Yeah, yeah. Sometimes, especially in those thin stocks, you can facilitate a wick for sure. Gosh, I would love to see this first solar break through that 20 period today. All right, let me see here. If I make sure I didn't miss anything. Do I have a max for spread for day trade versus swing trade? Yeah, of course, the one for day trading is going to be a lot tighter than the one for swing trading. And typically, what I'll do is uh, I mean, on day trading, I want it, I want the spread to be. I don't do much day trading anymore, but if I do, I don't want to see any more than probably a 8 to 10 cent spread. Now, for swing trading, I can probably go as 50 because if I'm looking to get in something from being in it for several days to several weeks, okay, I'm not gonna maybe sweat. Uh, I mean, this first solar wasn't bad. It has a 20-cent spread on it, and I threw out a bid. I think the offer was like 18.90 or four or something like that. I threw out a bid at one. I'm sorry, at 184.80, and like, boom, got hit. lot of times you can go in between and get hit pretty easy. So in other words, if you're looking at a swing trade and it's got like a 30-cent spread, just throw one in between, like 15 cents. If you're looking to get in, you'll probably get hit. Mr. Barry.
Geez, all I did was lick my lips from my.
Well,
That's all I did.
I heard something knock around like a microphone or something. So
Oh, maybe,
maybe that's
okay,
what it
all right.
was. Oh, you were getting ready to whisper, huh?
I was getting, but well, you destroyed that for me. That's sort of my. I look forward to that at 1 o'clock every day to do the little whisper at one
Yeah.
o'clock Eastern time. A little whisper to you traders, you other traders that trade ideas. But anyhow, yeah, I'm hearing you talking about the spread on a swing trade, which I don't do, of course, but yeah,
Yeah.
it probably is almost irrelevant unless it's crazy because
Right.
you're not trying to get pennies.
No.
You're trying to get a multi-dollar move usually, so
Exactly.
it doesn't really
Exactly.
matter that much.
No.
Boy, I'm in this RMTI. I am in this RMTI. Not a huge move from my option scanner at 543, and it's at 557 now. I should be in RXT though. Look at this RXT from my option scanner at 240, and it is now got up to 276.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
livid
loving my
because
option scanner,
yeah,
Andy.
I got stopped out of this one yesterday on that.
Oh, did you?
Speaking of wicks, well, I was first of all, I don't like to carry too many biotechs home, but I did love that pattern yesterday. Oh, that was nice. So RXT is the other one, huh?
Yeah, RXT. I mean it, and you can see where it broke, and it still has a little bit of room to three.
Oh, nice.
Actually, even more.
Wow.
But yeah, I mean, this is in rack space technology. We used to see rack space all the time.
Oh my
RXT.
gosh, I remember seeing this. Yeah, on the coming through this relative strength alert this morning, and it was like I could have gotten this thing at like 223, I think.
You could have.
Yeah.
You could
Oh
have.
well.
Well, there's always. Are you going to trade Monday?
Uh, I'll yeah, I'll be here. I mean, I'll be at my computer, but
Yeah.
I don't know how much trading I'll do.
Let me ask you a question. You may not know the answer to this. So, I mean, your 4th of July is on Tuesday, and so that's why the holiday is a half a day on the Monday. Okay.
Hmm.
What if 4th of July was on a Sunday?
If it's
Okay.
on a
So
Sunday, you just get Monday off.
you just get the Monday off. So they're not going to
Mhm.
give you half day Monday and Tuesday.
No,
So
no, they
it's
won't
not
do
a day
that. Yeah.
and a half all the
Which I
time.
was surprised. I don't
I
remember
don't
being
remember
a
either.
half a day before 4th of July. I
I
just
don't
thought,
remember that either, Andy. Somebody
no,
said that the other day to me, and I said, "Are you kidding me?"
that's got to be
And
new. Mm, yeah,
look
because
at our MTI. Yes, 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 yes.
uh,
Now I'm going to be selling some because the next high is, looks like 581. So I'm going to sell some right now.
there you go.
There we go. Just give me a moment. There we go. Yeah. Okay. I just sold some of the RMTI now. Yeah, I was very surprised to see that. I mean, the only half day that I can recollect really is your Thanksgiving.
Hmm.
The Thursday or the Friday, whatever day that you get the
Friday,
half
yeah,
day, the Friday half day.
yeah.
There was always
Which
an
I'm
observed
surprised
holiday.
they don't. I'm surprised they don't give more days for Thanksgiving. Because the Wednesday before Thanksgiving is our most traveled day of the year here. And
Hmm.
it's like, gosh, yeah. So it's really dead. You've seen it. It's pretty dead in the market. So it's like
Yeah.
they should just make that a 2-day holiday or a 3-day. Let's just do that.
Well, let's go a whole week. Okay.
That's
Okay.
right.
Let's
That's
take a
right.
whole week off. Wouldn't that be something? Take a whole week off them. There are people out there that are, as I'm sure you know some of them, Andy, but they're just stock junkies and they would go crazy. They would go
Yeah.
absolutely crazy.
Exactly.
Even when they're on vacation, they've got
Oh,
their
I
laptop or
was there,
something.
man. I used to hate holidays when I was a pure day trader, man. Oh,
Well, I love holidays, and I'll take all yours, and I'll take mine, and
yeah.
combine the Canadian and American.
Yeah,
So anyway,
I hear
wow, look
you.
at that RMTI. It's just turned out to be a nice little trade. Okay, my friend, it's
All
12:58. You
right.
can take off if you want.
All
So
right,
have a
Barry.
great, whatever. I guess you'll be here half a day on Monday, but have a great 4th of July. I know. And talking about the travel day, I just read earlier that this is going to be the biggest travel day in the last, I don't know, 5 years or something, your 4th of July, which even eclipses Thanksgiving, which I don't quite get, but
Oh, wow.
that's what the airlines were. That's why the airlines are just going crazy right now.
Yeah, yeah, it is pretty crazy.
They're predicting like a massive, massive day. Well, days leading up and afterwards.
Yeah, for sure. Tony, my YouTube schedule, basically, I'm in here every, same time every Friday. That's basically, we don't do the afternoon webinars like we used to anymore. But maybe we're going to add something in the future, more of a swing trading for people, because I know there's a lot of people out there that want to swing trade. So we might. I know we're working on some stuff, for swing trading. So maybe we'll add maybe a couple of days a week, add a webinar for swing trading. I wouldn't mind doing it.
All right, and
Barry.
keep an eye on CBAY. Keep an eye on
I will.
CBAY. It's doing its thing again. I just want to see blast through maybe 11:30. Get into the mid 11:30s, and maybe that'll clear it. It keeps teasing though. You see how it's teasing those little topping tails all over the place? It just keeps teasing.
I noticed that, and after you left, I told them, it's like every time I jump in something like this, I get whacked. Something that's already up like 45%. But
yeah,
I hope
that's
it works.
My specialty.
Yeah.
That's my specialty. But I'm very selective
go.
about when I get in. That's all. I don't.
And you're really, really good about when it fails, getting out quick.
Oh
so
yeah.
yeah.
I'm not. I don't hang around.
No.
Yeah, because
that's the right thing to do.
That can destroy your account. Okay, my friend.
All right.
Again, have a great time
all
off,
right.
and thanks again for all the input for your hour.
All right, you bet, Barry, and thanks everybody. And you guys have a great weekend. We'll see you next week. Bye-bye.
All right, guys, I am back, and just talking to Andy. I'm in this RMTI. While I was on my break, where did RMTI? There it is, 1237, 543, got in, I think it was 545, waited on it a little bit. I have a slight bias against these cheaper ones in the options plays, but I thought, you know what, just do it. And, when I look left I actually had a monthly, I should get the weekly back up, because I wanted to see I couldn't see where there was any resistance on the weekly. So I had to throw that monthly up. And that's where I saw the 580, I think. Where are you? Come on. Yeah, 581. So that's where I saw that. So I said, you know what, take it. Now I have traded some out. Okay. I have traded some out because, I look at it this way. And I don't think it's going to get there. I think there'll be a lot of traders like me that will start taking some off before it gets there. Now, listen, it may pile right through. I mean, I don't know what it's going to do, but that's just the way I trade. But yeah, that turned out to be an awesome trade, on a percentage basis. I mean, it's just, that's what, and here we go again. Every time it makes a new high, adding another topping to the pizza. Now, the one that I, and I knew about it. I mean, yesterday we talked about it. The rack space, I'm not in it. The RXT, and I was saying, well, listen, if it can take out, what was the area? Right about here, that 240 level, I should be in it. And I don't know why. I just resisted. I just kind of resisted. Yeah, well, there is a 200-day moving average up there at $3. You're right, but I just resisted, and I can't really figure out why. But anyway, I'm happy enough to be in the RMTI. I think the resistance was, I've got this slight bias against doing my options, taking trades in the option scanner underneath $5, unless it has a tremendous gap to fill. This is not tremendous. It is a gap, but it's not a tremendous one. Anyway. I like that analogy. What analogy? Did somebody have an analogy out there? I'm just reading your. Now, Fred, are you still in the room? Fred Lavoie? Just before I went on my break, somebody asked, Fred Lavoie, are you still in the room? You asked about adding a channel to your own channel to the channel bar. I don't know if you're still in the room. If you are, I'll show you how. Now this one is on the way down. This BDTX. Let's take a look at BDTX. Okay, so this jumped 75. Okay, this jumped a $75 million equity, and I can't read the entire thing because my stupid IB headlines won't load. I don't understand. Anyway, so it jumped on that news, but look what happened afterwards, and another one that just went negative. Now the next low looking left, it's way down here at 316. Just watching my RMTI, see if it's going to stall a little bit more. Remember, it's going to be very close to the 580. I've already taken a big chunk of it off. I guess Fred is not in the room now. Okay, that's okay. Don't get too many questions about adding channels to the your own channels to our channel bar. Yeah, just give me a moment. Okay, so there's the pullback for RMTI, guys. Yes, as long as you use it. Yes, Kishore. So you can renewal next week. So that promo code is good probably until, I'm not sure what the email said. Well, actually, let's take a look. Okay, so 5 days, 10. Now, a lot of times it will be extended one day, but we can't rely on that. Okay, so that's when that promo will end up or exit. Now, listen, if you're due to, I'm sure they'll we can work with you, okay, regarding a renewal. So, in other words, if your renewal is supposed to be 8 days from now, as opposed to 5 days from now, I'm sure we can work with you. Work with you. Just let me know. And yes, I will appreciate it if you use my promo code to take out a prescription. Yeah, you have to do that too, a subscription. Remember, Bitcoin was going to zero, guys. We're back up to 30,500. So yeah, William, I saw your comment about the GNFT. Probably obvious. I bet all these little guys have to raise a whack of money to do this. I just thought that sell-off off that obviously pretty decent news on must be a phase three. Well, it says late stage. I'm assuming it's phase three. Uh, that is a huge sell-off. Of course, they all have to raise money, but I'm surprised it would happen today. A lot of times after hours, they'll come up with a financing or next week, and that crashes the stock. But you would think at least one day it could bask in the glory. It was phase three. Deserves to be there. You and Warren Buffett, right, William? All right, RMTI. Well, again, 580 can be the area of concern if you're in it. RMTI. Well, even this OPK, I might have to change my tune, especially on a day like today. We're not getting a lot of follow through in some of the larger ones. OPK, so the alert was at 10 o'clock, 10:08, 211. It's at 224 now. I mean, it's not bad, a percentage move, and now it's really moving. I didn't take it because I thought this 220 level, 220 to 228 might stall it. And as always, if I thought it would go from 211 right up to that stall point, of course I'd take it. But I always look at these stall points as areas to get out before the stall point, because other traders are looking at that too. I'm not the only one. And that's how I kind of look at things, saying, well, I don't think it may not get right to it. People might start taking a profit before it gets there because they're thinking it'll stall right there and then move back down. Well, CBay, it's amazing, isn't it? I mean, look what CBay is doing right at that high. Now, where is the VWAP? It's just over the VWAP, isn't it? The VWAP has probably increased a little bit. 1096, yeah, it's increased a little bit because of all the trading around this area. Tank, are you in the room, Mr. Tank? The only one I know that traded my wife's stock is Stantec. He's just still all-time high now. Doesn't trade very much. I know, doesn't trade very much in the U.S., nor on the Canadian exchange, but boy, oh boy. Just a great infrastructure company. As a swing trade, because again, it doesn't trade very much. No, look at that bottoming tail for BDTX. Everyone's sleeping on APLD. I haven't seen. I know somebody. Maybe it's yourself. Posted about APLD, but I haven't seen it on my any one of my scanners. So that's why I haven't talked about it. And the reason being is that the relative volume is just a little bit light. Doesn't mean it's bad. It just means that it's not passing any of my scanners. My scan, my minimum on the scans that I've got is three. Is three in here, the option plays. Option volume today percent. I wonder if that's not a bug, but this is traded 6,000 contracts a day, and our option volume today percent is based on the average over the last 10 days. Are they trying to say that this is the first day it's traded a, a contract in 10 days? Hmm. I saw another one like that where the option volume today percent was not there. Anyway, it's had a great 3 days, no question. Had a great 3 days. But probably the volume every one of those days was not extraordinary. Well, maybe this day it was, but today it's not extraordinary, 1.2 times normal. So it's just not it's not going to show up in any one of my scans. It doesn't mean it's bad, it just means it's not going to be. And if I reduce my filter down to say 1.5 in these and all these, I'll get a lot more alerts I probably don't want to see. I'm actually still watching Trupanion. Believe it or not, I'm watching Trupanion, TRUP. That was a decent trade for me earlier after the first go around. But I'm wanting to see if it takes out 2050 again. But it may not. The VWAP is 1935, so it's way above the VWAP. But I do have an alert set up here at actually 2060. Why would I do that? Well, it still has room up to 21 pre-market high. And of course, if I look left, even better. Boy, look at this rack space. Wow, RXT. If you're in this one, I mean, it still has room. There's the next high looking left is 312. That's on the weekly chart. And the 200-day, yeah, you're right. That's right. You mentioned that before. Yeah, 298 is the 200-day. I would be amazed if it blew through that. It's not a low float. I mean, 44 mil, not high, but it's certainly not low. It's not a crazy low. That's a big move, 43%. Any reason for it? I can't find any news on this one, RXT. I saw it yesterday, but I saw it on the way down. It's not an earnings play, August 9th earnings, so it's not an earnings play. Yeah, I'm just hearing, oh man, oh man, oh man, over and over again with Rackspace RXT. Well, guys, this is reality TV. Will it or will it not get through the 200-day moving average? Or will that just stop it in its tracks? There are shares available for me, 587,000 at Interactive Brokers. So there are shares available for shorting, but this is super strong. So and this, what time was that alert? Yeah, 10:50. So certainly not right off the bat. 10:50, not right off the bat. That was the time, 10:50, and the alert was at 2:40. This is arguably the best one from that from the option scanner, guys. In terms of, look at the, it just had two red bars and that's it. But basically straight up, nice trend straight up. The RMTI though, yeah, not bad also. I mean, some topping tails now, but if this holds and starts to move, it will look a little bit like the RXT. Yeah, Edgardo, I can give it to you. Yes, you can have it for sure. All the scans that you see here, guys, I am sharing. Okay, so all you have to do is ask. I have some scans on my other monitors that I'm also sharing. All you have to do is ask. Don't be shy. So just give me a moment. I'll show you how to get it. Okay, so Edgardo, if you click on my link, click on my homepage link that I put in there, and just scroll to the bottom and click here on my scans. Okay, and there it is, option plays right here. Okay, and now if you load it now, you're not going to see everything that happened before. You'll just see the last one. Okay. Now I can get you better than that, guys. Who wants 20% when you get 25% from me? Okay. Now, I did make a small change. I upped the price range to $30. I don't think we got anything. It was 25 before. And it, like all of my scans, okay? So if you, for instance, in this option play scan, okay, if you right click on it and then you click on configure all. So what'll happen is it'll look at everything that is similar in all those scans will be here. So the price is 1 in 50, the relative volume is 3, minimum volume 500,000, option volume is 500 contracts, minimum 30, meaning 30 new highs or new lows, okay? That's what all this means. But if you decided that, now what yours will say, if you load mine, it'll say 1 to 25. Last night I decided, okay, let's see what happens if I make it 20 or 30. So if you want a different price range, go ahead. If you want to up the number of contracts, go ahead. The only reason I put 500 here is very few of them are going to be in that range, but just in case something is just starting out at the beginning of the day, you know, starting out and it's 500 and then it's 1,000, then it's 2,000 and it's 10,000, you know. So instead of my putting minimum of 5,000 contracts to start for me to see it, you know, I want to see it maybe a little bit earlier. Okay. Now, if, you know, later on in the day, you see it's only traded 600 contracts, something is only traded like this one. I mean, the RMTI, though I don't care. Obviously, I didn't care. It's only traded 956 contracts. However, it's like 136 times normal. Okay. That's what that percent refers to. So can I hear a bit of 50%? Yeah, right. So again, for those of you who are new, I'm not trading options. I'm trading the stock. Of course, I don't take every single trade. These are ideas that are generated. Okay. That's what this is all about. These are ideas that are generated. And what it's looking for is just stocks having abnormal option activity. So for instance, the 300, you'll see that I have 6 strategies in here, or six alert windows. 2 of them are unchecked. Okay, I'm not using this one anymore, the 200% on the upside or the downside. So what does the 150 and 300 mean? So this is what it means. Click on the options filters that we have. So we have some obvious ones: the put call ratio, the option volume today, total of puts and calls, put volume and call volume today. Okay, those are the obvious ones. This one here, option volume contract, this is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. Okay, that's what that means. And then using this filter right there, option volume today percent, it's a ratio, but you know, I wish I would actually just put it as a ratio. But if I use this and I put in 150 or 300%, what has to happen is, let's make the math easy. Let's put, if I use 300% here, in other words, a ratio of 3. If a stock has averaged 5,000 contracts over the last 10 days, and you use a filter, a minimum of 300%, that stock will have to have had 15,000 3 times, okay, over the average of the last 10 days before you'll see it. So this is just zero, that's a tough word, zeroing in on abnormal option activity. It's just another way to find stocks that are having, you know, abnormal days. And so some have said, you know, we don't scan for options as such, but some have said, well, at least what this does, it allows me to see stocks that are having abnormal option activity. Okay, and then if you can find, if you can find a way to trade the actual options, great. But as I say, I'm not trading the options. I'm trading the stock. I've just never traded options before, so Yeah, that was almost much ado about nothing, wasn't it? I see Bitcoin is just, well, Bitcoin is basically flat right now. Based on its close of yesterday, basically flat. At one point it was, I mean, Bitcoin is 30,500. At one point it was up, it was over 31,000 this morning in the pre-market. And then it got down actually below 30,000 briefly on that news. Okay, one more little leg up. Now, the other thing too, if you're a big option player, but you don't want to, you don't care about trading options in very small cap stocks. Well, what you could do, you could use the option scanner as I have it, okay, and create your own symbol list with stocks that you like to trade. So, I mean, if you like to trade Apple options and Microsoft, so some larger cap stocks, you could create a symbol list and then attach it. Where's the symbol list attached? Well, maybe you have to do it individually. Just a minute. No. Okay. So you can create a symbol list that you could attach to that multi-strategy window and only follow the stocks that you like to follow regarding options, if that's what you want to do. Symbol list, watch list, same thing, okay? And if a person doesn't know how to do that, I can kind of show on the screen how to do that. Because that might be valuable, if you just really want to see, well, I like to trade Apple options, but is today the day to do it? Is it trading abnormally? Well, you can use those filters to determine that. Now with Apple, let's just see for argument's sake, you may not be able to use like 300%. So, the option volume today is 1.3 million today. I don't know what it averages, but you can see, well, I can tell you right off the bat, that's a little below average over the last 10 days. It's only 73%. Okay. Now, will there be a day in which, of course, I guess there'll be a day in which it say trades 3 million or 4 million options, in which case that option volume today would be the 200 to 300% level. So if you just want to wait for those days for something like Apple or Microsoft or, any of your large caps to do that, then you could just create a symbol list, put those in and attach it to this option play scanner. Yeah, well, Apple at an all-time high, right? 3 trillion. All right, guys, I got to do a video, so I got to figure out what I want to do it on. All right, give me a moment here, guys. I'm just trying to get my bearings here. What do I want to do a video on? So the RXT, it's getting very close, getting closer and closer to that 200-day moving average. I might do it on RXT. The reason I want to do it on RXT, I don't know if this is going to stall it, but I did a video, I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, and it was on, I think it was on Frey. It must have been yesterday, Frey. And the reason why I wanted to do the video on Frey yesterday is I wanted to just demonstrate, how important some of these, like the 200-day moving average can be. Can be. Doesn't necessarily mean it's going to put stall something in its tracks. But look at that. I mean, yesterday with Frey, it got literally right to the 200-day moving average and it just stopped. So, I like to do it on RXT today just to see. So I will do my video and let me first of all, let me get the announcement in. Back around, what time is it now? 134, 135, say 135. So wow, say 145. Shouldn't be that long, but just in case technical issues come up. Okay, guys, so I'm putting myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm back. So look what happened so far. Anyway, look what happened to a rack space. I mean, it got almost right up to that 298, almost to the penny, and that has stalled it. I was doing my video on that and demonstrating that's what could happen. So you don't really have to watch the video. But it is on YouTube, yes, on our YouTube page. Now, RMTI, same sort of thing, except this time it's not a 200-day moving average that could stall it. Look at that. It's way above at 189. But what could stall it is that looking left on the monthly chart. Right there. 580, and what did it get to? Got up to 573 so far. Still have some, don't have a lot left. I'm just kind of wary of that level, thinking it's going to stall right there. Well, it's probably, the question is that 200-day moving average that strong of an indicator? Well, for somebody like myself who uses hardly any indicators, this is the most universally watched indicator out there. Now, does that happen every single time? Of course not. I mean, I would never, ever, ever, ever take a trade. In other words, if RXT was setting up right now and the 200-day, well, it is up there, I wouldn't take the trade. But if it were just setting up right now in another way, maybe basing a little bit, and then I wouldn't take the trade until it broke it. And it's both ways, right? If you short something and it's moving down into the 200-day, watch to see what happens. Will that hold it as support and bounce off it? Or will it break through? I mean, we don't know. I mean, there's no way of knowing 100%, of course, but no, there's no commission added. No. Question. By the way, you asked that question in the other room. Okay, you asked that question. So let me answer your first question. There's no commission added if you trade through Brokerage Plus. No. The only commission added would be through your broker, of course. E-Trade, no commission. IB has half a cent. So but we do not add a commission. I only use the on the daily chart. I mean, there's some who might use the 200-day on the 30-minute or the 60-minute. I don't, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't. But I only use it on the 200-day, and you see that blue line right there. Sound alerts are muted. Thank you. I see the the telepathy didn't work. Thank you. Thank you, Pepe. Another weird thing with my computer, Pepe. So when I do my video, okay, and I stop my video, the sound bar or the sound when I come back has really gone higher. In other words, that little, the little sound bar where you can increase the sound up and down. has gone to the extreme. So I always have to remember to turn it down. Otherwise my ear, it'll probably break my eardrums. Now it's the reverse. It's really weird. And that was forever. So that was forever that the sound would increase. And now it's the reverse. Weird. What's going on with Riven? No idea. Let's take a look at Riven. I mean, like a lot of the EV plays, certainly the China ones, I can't tell you what's going on with it. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know specifically. I don't know what is Tesla doing. I think the EV market has been, yeah. I mean, look, well, I mean, Riven is trading basically like Tesla, right? For green candles. How Tesla goes usually, big 4 green candles. Now you get a bigger percentage move, but it's basically following Tesla. Can I do a video on the option channel? Well, it's not that I can't, but I mean, I can explain it. I've explained it. If did you hear my explanation? Oh, you missed some parts. Well, it's really, this is the bottom line, really. I mean, I could sum it up in 30 seconds. The bottom line is this: it's just looking for abnormal option activity. So if a stock has traded, say, 5,000 contracts on average over the last 10 days, and we use, say, a filter, I mean, here are the option filters. This is the key one: option volume today %. So here's this option volume right there. That's the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. So if a stock is, say, I like to use 5,000, if it's averaged 5,000 contracts over the last 10 days, and you use this filter here, the option volume today, and say you add and you put it at 300%, a ratio of 3, you will not see that stock unless it trades 15,000 contracts. I mean, it's almost that simple. Okay, so all it's telling you is, okay, there's abnormal option activity for that stock today. Okay, I mean, it's nothing more. And the only wrinkle I've got here is that I've got one at 150, 150%, and one at 300%. And the reason I have one at 150, 150%, and these are just, okay, so these are the ones moving higher. Now you notice here, moving higher, 300%, it's color coded in green, and 150%, it's color coded in blue. So you can see the blue. Obviously, blue will happen over and over because it's well over 150%. This one, but the reason I used to only have 300%. Okay, when I created this, I said, okay, I want to just see the ones at 300%, 3 times normal. But what I was finding is that, okay, by the time I see it at 300%, it may have moved a little too much. So why not see it at 150? Maybe on its way to 300. Okay, so that's why I put the 150 in also. I don't use the 200 anymore. I should probably recreate this. We should probably recreate this and just get rid of the 200, because it was the same sort of idea. I wanted to say 150, then 2, and then 3, but I thought, it's just overkill. And then on the way down, the same thing. 300%. So unusually strong options moving down. Stock is moving down. 300%. That's in yellow, and 150 is in brown. I mean, it's that simple. Now, if that helps you trade the options, great. There's really, and I don't trade options, so, but that's about that's the extent of it. And I may have to do something with this window later on, because when we get into earnings season, this window will explode. I'm actually surprised we're getting as much as we are, and most of these are not earnings plays. But when a company has earnings, and you probably, as if you trade options, and those of you who trade options, you probably know that, I mean, a company, when it releases earnings, and if it's optionable, usually the option volume explodes. So in about 3 weeks, we are going to be at the beginning of earnings season, and then there will be a month of weeks in which you're going to have 700, 800, 1,000 companies releasing earnings. So I don't want to get overwhelmed. I don't want to get overwhelmed with so many. So I mean, what I may have to do is, number one, maybe get rid of the 150. Number two, maybe up the minimum number of contracts. Maybe also up the minimum volume, things like that, because we don't want to be overwhelmed. I'm actually surprised there's this many. Is it true that shorting a stock which is continually making higher lows, like coin, is not a good idea? Well, I can't say that that's an overall rule, but I mean, if I wanted to short coin, and of course, coin is so tied in with Bitcoin, right? I mean, and the news that came out regarding SEC, etc. But you're fighting a trend right now. I mean, there's the VWAP. I mean, I would probably even wait to see if it broke down through the VWAP before I did anything. But what you're saying is you're trying to guess a top every time, which I mean, it's pretty hard to do. VBIV. Let's take a look at VBIV. Yeah, it's at the top here. Yeah, big explosion. So you can see right off the bat, this hardly trades options at all. It's 177 options today, which is only 15% of normal. So that's why it's not going to show up on my option scanner. Doesn't make it bad because it's not showing up on my option scanner, but so that was news that I guess hit at just around 1:30. Is that right? Let's take a look right there. Yeah, 1:30. Wins a $25 million contract from the Department of Health and Human. Still can't see my. But this is it right there. Contract from the Department of Health and Human. I know it's a humanity or human affairs, or I don't know what it is. It doesn't really matter. That's the news, which is pretty big for a stock with 8 million in the float. Now, probably coming into some resistance right around between here and 250, looking at the daily chart. Well, Elon, what you're saying, if it works for you, then keep doing it. Holy smokes. Let's take a look at the SPY, just out of curiosity, on the daily and the weekly. So is that's probably the all-time high, right? 479, 481 or so. 481 is the all-time high. Well, 470. Okay, let's get it exact. Looks like the all-time high is 479. Call it 480. Yeah. I mean, 400 seems long gone, doesn't it? I mean, remember how the struggle was to get over 400, or 420 was between 400 and 420 seemed to be the struggle. And remember when it got down to what, 380? Right there. That looked like it was all over. It looked like that's it, guys. Full blown market sell off. The other thing, Elon, if you want to short coin, you better have Bitcoin or something, BITO or something, up beside it. That's my only other thing I would say. So if you look at BITO or another way to, however you want to track Bitcoin, because obviously it's going to trade just along it. So look at Bitcoin, BITO, an ETF for Bitcoin. There's a red bar there. Could be fun to watch next week. This VVIV. I mean, this has had a term like a real. I mean, look at the trend has been down, down, down. And for weeks it did nothing. So, William, just to again reiterate what I asked you yesterday. So, if you could open the room anytime before, you can do it before 8 o'clock if you want Eastern time, but no later than. I'll probably show up anyway, and what I'll do is I'll get my screen up, and but I will not be on the mic, and I'll probably come back maybe around 10 o'clock Eastern, so 7 o'clock my time. And the market's closed. So I'll be there probably on the mic for 3 hours. Yeah, I really appreciate that. And if you do that, and the room could be open. I mean, it could be open. Sometimes I just wake up. My internal clock it gets me up at 4 my time every single day. So even Saturday and Sunday, which is a pain. So it's possible I'll just wake up, turn the room on, and then go back to bed. Because I really don't like trying to trade half days. Give me a moment, guys, when I'm answering somebody in Trade Ideas. Hey guys, I was just telling Pepe this thing with putting my computer to sleep overnight as opposed to just doing a reboot every morning. It's just been amazing. You know, I mean, I'm not saying I don't get any spikes at all, and you know, I hear my computer goes crazy every now and then, but I do not get that incessant drone anymore. Just amazing. Ah. Now that was Google, but somebody in Canada, because I know Google is going to do something with Canadian headlines. I know that. But I don't think that hasn't happened yet. So I don't think. But why would my ISP block it? Because these are, I know Google is threatening anyway to block we Canadians from seeing Canadian news. Which I'll be honest, I don't really care. I can find my Canadian news in other ways, but really, okay, I can. Well, I will certainly check it on Monday. Okay, I mean, if it happens, I don't have IB on any other system. I don't have it on a laptop or anything else, so I'd have to load it. I don't have it anywhere on my phone. I don't have it anywhere other than on my desktop. But certainly on Monday morning, I will do the check again. But it is weird, yeah. But it can't be a Canadian thing because other Canadians said that they were. So, I mean, I can check my ISP, I suppose, but I don't see why my ISP would do that. But Pepe, you know what? I am really old school on that. You know what? I've been doing it for 6.5, 7 years. No, I've got the little card. I just look at the card. I don't authenticate it from a login on my phone. I just use the little card. Been using it for years. I always thought, well, if I do it that way, and what if my phone is dead or something crazy? I mean, something happens and my phone is dead, and I misplaced the card. How am I going to get in? So anyway, I've just been using the card forever. Well, so look at RMTI guys, kind of stalled right around where I thought it could. Oh, William, you're scaring me. I keep getting ads from, is it Nord VPN? Keep getting those ads over and over and over again. Seems to be one that a lot of people use. I have no idea if it's the best one or is it good? Okay. Well, I'll look into it. Patreon. I know about Patreon. I know the Seahawks have a my Seahawk guy that I follow has a Patreon. What would I do there? And I'm actually grumpy for the first time in our 10-year or 9-year relationship, or how long it's been. I'm actually serious. Wow. Okay. So, I was saying that VBIV could stall at around that 250 mark, and well, it tore right through it. So just because I think it could have stalled at 250 doesn't mean it did. I mean, I still think it's going to stall. I can't imagine it's going to take out 3. I really can't. Really? They would send me money? Really? Would you send me money? 5 or 6 dollars. Thank you. Well, I got to multiply that by a million people, and we've got something. Really? You are. Well, let me think about that. I don't know. I feel, to be honest, I feel a little bit slimy doing that, to be honest. So how would I start, Grumpy? How would I start? You can be my tech. And how would people even know I'm there? There's got to be thousands or hundreds of thousands of Patreon accounts out there. All right, getting back to Carvana, guys. Carvana, CVNA. Oh, and Patreon, could they hear me? I mean, is it? I mean, I know the Seahawk. I listen to there's, I follow the Seahawks obviously, and there's a very, I find him very interesting. He has a Seahawk recap afterwards, and a couple of times during the week, and they talk Seahawks. He has guests coming in, and he always talks about, and we're on the Patreon Seahawk, but I don't know if, but I can hear him. This is a YouTube. He's on YouTube. If he's in Patreon, can they hear him? I guess it makes sense. I just obviously will not be able to show my screen and all, but Yeah, I think what he means is you're in the wrong tab. You're in the wrong tab. Just put it, yeah, and where you guys are talking about that, and it's my fault. You're in the specific stocks only. And this is a new first. This is another new first. Grumpy said, sorry. Another new first. What day? What's the time? 11:17 my time, June the 30th. I'm gonna write that down. Grumpy said, sorry. So I was talking about Carvana, guys. So Carvana is right at the VWAP, 2622. So what will it do? Will the VWAP, it broke through? Maybe trying to come back into it a bit, but maybe this will get it running again. And remember, the high today was 27.44, so it's got $1 to that. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course, but yeah, Grumpy starts being nice to me and Pepe starts being mean to me, we'll know there's been a switch. Trading places. We'll make a movie of it. Yeah, I could have said the same about Grumpy, though, Pepe. There we go. This room sucks. You're right. There you go. Okay, guys, I'm sorry. I mean, if you're just tuning into the room now, wondering why is this nonsensical banter happening, doesn't happen that often. Okay, Maxime, you are interested in APLD. Actually, not a bad little pattern there. You know, a little consolidation, a little bit choppy for my. Well, let's take a look at the range. 937. Actually, it's not as bad as I thought. Only 17 cents, so that's not terrible. And but your next high looking left is 980. That's what I'd be. That's what I'd be worried about. Not worried, but I mean, you know, I can't imagine it'll get through 10 today. But you know, 980 is it might get close to 980. And this is okay. I see now the news on it. So this is an AI play, gains on AI partnership with HP, Hewlett Packard. Okay. Okay. Good for you, Shady. Well, let me jot this down. Patreon. And I'll just look that up and see how one even gets started and how would anybody even know I'm there. Ah, OnlyFans. I don't think so. They've said, you know, why don't you be on camera? And nope. All right, guys. Let's see. Anything happening? I'm just trying to see. There's not much happening that I can see. The RTI, of course, it did finally do that stall. Completely out of it now. Okay, well, we're going to tell you what. You send me $1. You click on that little sign. I guess I have to set up an account, all right? You send me $1, and then we'll see how that works. I just feel though this is a free room. Why would okay? I see what you're saying. Maybe some appreciation, but I don't know. You know what my appreciation would be is telling any friends and family about the room and having them join. You know, they don't have to take out a subscription or anything, but have them join the room. That would be the biggest way you could show appreciation. Anybody. All right, guys. I haven't had a new alert for a long time. That's the last. That's the last alert. 1:45. What time is it now? 2:24. That's the last alert in the auction play scanner. 2:14. So 10 minutes ago for the VBIV, which obviously made a new high, but it's pulled back, I guess. Yeah, look at that pullback though. So this got to 279 and right back down to 244. You know, I mean, you've got to be out of that trade. I'm serious, Todd. I'm serious. You know, I mean, people who might be interested in trading, maybe they think they're intimidated. They have to contribute. They don't have to contribute. If they just want to listen, that's fine. They don't have to take out a subscription. It's a free room. It would just nice to see the numbers go up. Whew, well, look on the 10-day daily breakdown. Last alert was at 111. And this one so VBIV actually showed up really late, and the reason would be that. Well, I can tell exactly. Remember, it's called the 10-day daily breakout. So let's go. Let's count back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There it is. So that's where it had to hit. Excuse me, to be a 10-day daily breakout. But by that time, of course, it was already very, very extended. I just heard an old man, and the old man, not the old man, but the old man, EBIX just showed up here. William, weren't you going long this one or something yesterday or day before? But there's EBA. So what was the alert at? 2571, 2553 right now. The next low looking left is 2486. So there is a little room, I suppose. But something is hitting this now. You know what? I have took my eye off this one, guys. EOSE, that was a really early alert. Look at it now. I'm just not concentrating enough. Look at it now. 450 and it got down on that. Look at that. I mean, 450 got down to 384. I took my eye off it because it was doing this, and stupidly, all I had to do was just put a price alert at 450. So I'm saying, as a watch list, don't I can't lose sight of these as a watch list. All I had to do was put a price alert at 450, and look. I mean, look literally what happened. 447 is the VWAP. It took out 450, the VWAP, and from there it just absolutely cratered, and that was a tremendous percentage move. Now it's popped back up. Wow. Well, I didn't take it, but boy, that really 2571. The spread kind of was it's yeah. I mean, it's 14 cents right now. I don't know what it was at 2571, but it's a 14-cent spread right now, which is pretty tough. I mean, if it goes down $1 from here, it wouldn't matter, but I don't know that it's going to do that. I think somebody mentioned this is an IPO, right? INTS. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put an alert at $6.30. Maybe it triggers next week. I'm going to forget this big topping tail up here. Well, this is not a bad. I'm not in it, but not a bad one. Late. Typically, don't get too many this late on the option scanner. Well, I mean, if it takes out that low of yesterday, which is 20, just underneath 25, and the next low is down here, just underneath 24. So this is not over. VVIV is not over. Just made another new high. But I just can't believe it'll take out 3. I mean, there looks like a lot of stuff between here and 3. And it is shortable, yes. 21,000 shares at Interactive Brokers anyway. So you had a trailing stop at 281 and it took you out at 285? Is that what you're saying, Todd? Oh, look at eBiz or eBix. So guys, if equivalent, let's see, what would the equivalent be? Yeah, probably if Stantec hits about $75 US, I'm trying to think what that, that'll probably be it for me in the room. I tell you, I mean, we have been very, very, very fortunate in our household with my wife working at this company and with the employee stock sharing program. And this has just been, I mean, amazing. Boy, look at eBix. Look at eBix. Oh, guys, and this is okay. So this is the first time. Okay, this is the first time something over 25. Now you won't be seeing this one. If you have my option play scanner, you will not see this one until right now, hitting 2486. So I actually may even increase it a little bit. I may actually increase the minimum. What's my minimum here? I mean, do I really want to see a stock at 1? Probably not. I might increase that to 3. Though, what would I have missed today? Before I do that, I might increase this to say 40. What would I have missed today? So I would have missed the OPK and the RXT. Better move it back to 2. But I'm just trying to really prepare myself for earnings season, guys, because in earnings season, this will get just absolutely crazy full. So that's not. I don't want that. I might even up the ratio. Boy, look at eBix. Why did I not take eBix? Anybody take eBix from the option scanner? 2571, 2463 right now. There's a dollar move. And this is completely an alpha stock right now. Why? Look at the market. The market's not doing anything. And this is just cratering here. Okay, here's a late one also. Now, DO. Now, what? Where's the year? Where is it? Lifetime? Wow, so this is a lifetime high. Lifetime high for DO. Right now, lifetime high for DO. Diamond offshore. Wow. Let me just want to get this less jumbled up here in my single stock window. 100 million in the float. $100 million in the float. And this is a nice, guys, this is a nice little break for DO. Looking for a late day trade. I mean, this is kind of interesting. You know, consolidation for about an hour and then a little pop, a little bit of volume here. Goods. I know it's juvenile that I like to say it like that, but yeah, you're at a disadvantage. I can't hear you, but I see that I see the exclamation mark. Okay. So let me go back then on a monthly chart and just see why is it showing that it's a lifetime high? Did it start trading as DO again here? Maybe yeah, they're sort of trying to because you're right. I mean, Diamond Offshore has been a big company for a long time. Can't believe so. Something happened in the month of March in last year. Maybe, yeah, maybe it went private and now public. You're right. Kind of like Krispy Kreme. Well, I'm gonna kind of watch it. I mean, I don't like to take necessarily a trade this late. I'm going to be shutting the room down in about 20 minutes or so, but so one last, again, you want to take out a subscription, you still got time. This is the promo code to use. You get 20. This one gets you 25% off. You know, the other ones are giving you 20% off. So use mine, you'll get 25% off. Okay, so if you click on the, now there's a direct link, okay, right here. There's your direct link, 5 days, 9 hours, etc. left, 25% off, okay? There's your promo code, Freedom25. Then if you click on my homepage link, same thing. You can take out the subscription from here. You must do the get started, 10 videos, about 30 minutes. Trading 101, brand new to trading. This is a great course for you. And at the end, there's a talk about how to create a trading plan. Okay, there. I think the last two videos go over that. Stock of the day video that I do. Trade of the week. It's sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Free. All the education is here. And again, my scan. So if you click on my homepage link, you just have to scroll down. Again, click on my homepage link, scroll down until you see my scans, and here they are. Option plays right there. Okay. So again, I appreciate it. If you do take out a subscription using my link, and if you save my homepage, you'll have access to all of my scans and that education section. You too, William. And we'll see you Monday morning. Just maybe me a little bit late, but I do appreciate it. If you, yeah, just check to see if I've opened it. And if I haven't, then please open. NA, same business as in NVIDIA. NA. Yeah, well, it's completely ignored. You're right. China stock. You're right. It's completely ignored and ugly. Look at this. How ugly this is. Look at the 15-minute chart today. Even the daily. I mean, it's not. It's. What was the trade of the week this week, guys? From Trade Ideas. What was it? I can't remember. FTNT. Yeah, that's right. FTNT. So what did it do? Did it? Good one. Oh, there's the VBIV guys. Wow, what a move! What a move! Yeah, good one. Andy picked that one this week because Steve was on holidays, and so he couldn't do it. So he picked it this week, and that's a nice one. Now it would have triggered. Did it trigger on Monday, and then it came back down? I don't think it got. You wouldn't have got stopped out though. I don't think. And then look what it did afterwards. So that was nice. I don't think you would have got stopped out. I'd have to look at the email. All right, so it would not have got, currently it is, but what was it? Okay, so it did not hit unless on Monday, it hit. But I don't know where the SM 20-day, where the 20-day, oh, it would have been lower though. Okay, so yeah. Good for him. Oh, good. You are, or goods. You are a gambler. Tops or top. You and I are very different traders. I hope it works out great for you. And I know you got your eye on that VWAP. Look at VBIV. You have your eye on, you have your eye on the VWAP, I'm sure. Wow. Well, so much for my prognostication on this one. It just tore right through three like nothing. Pretty amusing. I mean, it's showing up here, the option scanner. And the reason it is because it finally hit 150%. It's at 168, 172 and growing. So you see the option volume today, and it had the minimum is 150. So until then, it was not, but wow. And you can just see it. I mean, it's cool, isn't it? I mean, look at that. There's that 150 right there. At 245, price was 324. That's the first time it hit the 150 mark. And of course, it's just accelerating now. Who knows? Maybe it'll hit 300. In which case we'll get some green. Well, your next high is 386. It can't get past that, can it? It's the next high in the weekly chart. And then after that, we have 582. It can't get past that though, can it? 386. Wow. I'm going to follow you more often now, Goods. You come in 10 minutes to go. You make a trade. Yeah, man, oh man. 1014. There's the VWAP. Got a little bit above it. Not like I mean, a little bit of volume came in, but it's not like it absolutely exploded. So what voodoo did you perform on this stock to make it do that? Just give me a moment. And look at the market, guys. The market has just been basically steady up. It's Patreon. Okay, guys, let's see. Let's see where this VBIV, I mean, could it actually take up that high? $386 is the high. Wow, why not? Just stick an alert there. This could be, we haven't seen one for a, I haven't seen one for a long, long time, but we used to get these runners during the day and they'd sort of pause before the market closed. And then after hours, we'd see big runners. I haven't seen a big runner after hours in a long, long time. All the shorts have been snapped up now at Interactive Brokers for VBIV. There were a few available. I think there were about 25,000 the last time I looked. Well, I'm glad I held off on the deal. Mara is making a little bit of a, what is Bitcoin doing? Yeah, so but Mara is making a bit of a move here, right at that 14 level. It's really actually, it's recovered pretty well after that shock. Now, this is something you know, I'm probably going to get rid of it at the end of the day. I'm in it just under 12. Not from today, but I don't want to have any news of Bitcoin or crypto over the weekend. Still has some room. 1573, I think, is the next high looking left for Mara. But I really have to think about this if I want to hold it. Okay, guys. Again, I'll stick around if there are questions. So if you have any questions, fire away. Otherwise, I'll be shutting down pretty soon. Yeah. Because you're a trustworthy guy. I'm afraid to click on the link. Okay, guys. Well, I don't see any more questions coming in. I'm just pausing to see if there's anything. Here's one. Is there a way to get all the benefits of the software when you take out a subscription through the web browser? So if by all the benefits, you mean, can you use the simulator? The only way using it, the only way you can have all the benefits using the web browser, you'd have to be prepared to have, I'm assuming you're talking a web browser because you have a Mac or something like that. You'd have to be prepared to have an emulation program like Parallels, okay? Or something like Amazon Web Services, okay? That's the only way you can take full advantage if you're using the web browser, and I'm assuming you're using the web browser because you've got a Mac. Is that correct? Now, oh, I see. Oh, that's right. You mentioned that yesterday. Okay. Well, if you don't care about having this window, this Brokers Plus window, if you don't care about practicing trading, but I sort of understand that you're kind of new. If you don't care about that, and if you don't care about the races that I'm not showing right now, then you can use the browser. The browser will look like, see, the browser. So the browser version looks like this. You've got the channels. You can have my scans. You can create a layout and all that. Okay. So you can do it. Okay. But you don't have, but if having the ability to practice is important to you, unfortunately, no. But I mean, it works exactly the same way. Everything, it's all real-time alerts. You have charts and all that. Okay. Well, practice paper trade, like using this window, this simulator. Okay. Like, practice like paper trading using our real-time, using our real-time data in the simulator to practice trading. You can't do it with the web-based version. But if that's not important to you, well, then there's not. I mean, it's basically the same function. It's not as easy to move things around. Okay, but if you only have the one monitor, then it's really not that big a deal. Well, there you go. Pepe is. Yeah, I mean, if it's important to you then to practice trading using I mean, there are other ways. I don't know if there's any other free ways where you're going to get real-time data. Question in our YouTube room, and guys, I'll stay. I don't have no problem. I'll stay. If you ever questions, I'll answer them. So, is it very painful to convert to a dock layout if I already have an existing layout with floating windows that I like and I want to retain the layout? I would say no. How many windows do you have, Kishore? How many charts and how many of everything do you have? 10. Okay. I mean, I'll show you how you can do it. You can define, painful, but this is how you do it. So the question was, how could I, if I've got a bunch of free floating windows, how could I put them all into one dock window if that's what you want to do? Okay. 14. Now, how many of those 14, you might have too many windows. I don't mean too many windows to put in a dock, but you may have too much going on. Now, if 10 of them are charts, okay. But like how many alert windows do you have? How many top list windows do you have? Do I know of any free paper? No, I don't. Not that gives you real-time data. Not that I'm. There are some out there that'll give you batch data, which is sort of real, which is sort of it's real time, but with a caveat. But so you only have one chart. So you've got 14. You've got 14 scans. Oh, sorry, 13 scans and one chart. And I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Well, okay. I will show you how you can do it. Okay. Okay. I'll show you how you can do it. It's really not that tough. So first step, and this is how to create a dock. Okay. So click on new. Also only available if you're using our downloadable application, but dock windows. I mean, I have a comment. Dock windows are okay. It's kind of nice to have, I suppose, but I have kind of gone away from them. I used to have everything in a dock, but it's a nice way to move things all around at once. But anyway, let me just show you what to do. So click on new and then docked window. Okay. Give it a name. I'm going to call it Kishore. Actually, the way I like to do it, and especially if you have several docked windows, because you may want to break them up, Kishore. You may not want to have everything in one big dock, but that's up to you. So for instance, I do have, oops, let me back up. I've got this docked, okay, because I want to have these together, okay. I've got these two docked, okay. Now, could I have one dock with all these in there? Yep, I could. Now I don't, number one, because I don't want to have so many scans in my shared window that it gets overwhelming for people. Okay, it's probably overwhelming enough, but anyway, it's up to you. But this is what you do. I'll start again. New docked window. Let's give it a name. I'll call it Kishore. Say okay. Now, I think I've disabled, because what happens is I've disabled this, but there'd be a little in the guide it would start to show you what to do. But let me just show you. It's pretty simple. So I've called it Kishore. What I do like to do, though, if you were going to create multiple docked windows, is I like to start it off by calling it dock, because you can do a search then on all your dock windows. I'll show you that later. So now it's simple. If you take your individual, you've got one chart, you've got 13 scans. So now it's really simple. Here's my option place. I right click. Okay. Duplicate into Kishore. Showed up on another monitor. Okay. There it is. I have my Barry's watch list on something else. Right click, duplicate into Kishore. So you see how that, so you would just do that 14 times. Now, what will happen is they'll all be in tabs. And then your challenge is to move them around. The minute you just grab on the tab. Make sure you, whoops, just, I was going to say, let me get this up here again. Okay. Make sure you grab the tab heading. Don't grab it here in the body. So grab the tab heading, and grabbing it meaning left click, and then you just drag it. And when this icon appears, this little icon appears, now you can put it wherever you want. Obviously, this is a little to the right, above, to the left, or below. Okay. So now I've got this. Now, if I didn't like it there, I could move it around again. Just takes a little while. Okay. And then I've got one called near the VWAP. So you can see what I'm going to do. Just duplicate it into Keyshore. And it'll appear as a tab. And then I can just move it where I want. Okay. And if I don't like it there, I just move it up, move it to the left of this. So then, that's up to you where you want them. Okay. But the trick is really make sure you grab the header. Don't grab it in the body. Okay. Grab the header. That they like the name of it right at the top here. Left click on it and keep it and keep your hand down on the left click on your mouse. Okay. It's a little painful on the moving part. Yeah, it just takes a little to get used to it. But you only have to do it one time. But in order to put them in, it's no big deal. You just right click, duplicate into Keyshore, right, or whatever you call it. Just keep right clicking, duplicate it into it, and then save it. Make sure you save it. Save or share to cloud. Save it. Save, save, save. Yeah, I think you should reduce the number of scans you've got. Okay. I mean, I have probably a few more than I would normally have if I was completely trading on my own. But sometimes some of my scans are not, really producing. Not that it would bother me, but are not giving me too many alerts over a period of time. So, to keep it, somewhat interesting in the room, I'll have some other scans to take a look at. But if I were completely trading on my own, I would have my option plays. I'd have this. I probably have this, and then a momentum, and that's it. And this doesn't give me very many alerts. Yeah, AI low of the day. You're right. And what's sort of nice sometimes, Keyshore too, is to, the way I've done it anyway, is to sort of group them in groups that make sense, because then you save it and you can always bring one back. So for instance, I mean, if there ever came a day that I didn't like this anymore, okay, I would exit out. But who knows? Maybe just like I did with the option scanner, I could bring it back, and I could bring it back just in this form. And this is what I was saying. Okay, if I do this, if I file, load from cloud, and then I type in doc, DOCK. Here are everything that I have created, any doc channel that I have created. I've created a few of them that I'm not using, but at some point maybe I bring one back and see what it looks like. Okay, but that's why I like to name it doc. So to start, so I can just do a quick search on whatever doc windows I have. And is that BATS trading, Pepe? Is that BATS? Which is okay, of course, if it's a stock that has a lot of volume. Well, you're saying free paper trading simulator. You're saying a free paper trading simulator, but it's like the exchanges would really frown on having real-time data. But a lot of them get away with it if it's just BATS data, which is basically free. It's real-time data. How did they get away with that? Oh, it's Thinkorswim. Oh, it's on Thinkorswim. Oh, I see. I see. Probably not available in Canada. I bet that's not available in Canada. Interesting. Yeah, I don't think it's available in Canada, which is fine. That's, I obviously don't need it. Sure, Dan, I'll attempt to answer. I don't know what I was listening to Andy in the last 10 minutes or so. See if I can help you. What is your question, Dan? Oh, see above. Sorry. See above. Oh, a daily swing list of stocks. Is that an IT? Okay. Now, if it's a daily list, let me just see what like they used to have the trader's eye. Trader's eye, that's probably where it is. Okay, that's probably where it is, the trader's eye. Okay, so let me do that again. So if I click on new from our toolbar and then click on docked channel bar and then the trader's eye. Now it's a curated bunch of stocks. They used to, a while back, I didn't realize they were still doing it, to be honest, but they used to, here's a top list. So I think what they do is they create it every day. I think they'll take symbols out, add them in, kind of on the go, I think. So that's probably what he was talking about. As opposed to this one, new dock channel bar, swing picks, which is this. If you're a subscriber, you get this. You probably should look at this channel maybe Sunday night, certainly early Monday morning before the market opens. And these are 5 new ones every week. Okay, and it's sort of laid out. Okay, does that make sense? It could only be one of those two. More than likely, if he's talking about a daily swing list of stocks, it must be the trader's eye. Okay, great. All right, guys. See, Goods, you got me a little overtime here. So I'm going to have to sort of revise this. The room will open Monday. So I'll be on the mic around 10 a.m. Eastern time, maybe earlier. It all depends. But how I feel. Okay, guys. Well, again, thanks for all the help this week. And if you guys who are not going to trade at all on Monday, remember Monday's a half day, and then Tuesday's a holiday. If you're not going to trade at all Monday, then we'll see you Wednesday. So have either a great 4-day weekend, or we'll see you Monday morning. Here we go. And the same with you guys, YouTubers, same thing.